thinking about if you're
Tes cek. Waduh, sorry guys.
controlling
Ini
certain
PC
lanes, certain
bermasalah.
players, and a lot of
Parah
times
banget.
people naturally went to Kid Bomba because on social media he was everywhere. And that's why I'm saying like Sunset Lover was kind of low key because the guy, I mean, just looking at his demeanor, even in person, like when you meet him, you know, the way that he is, he's a great guy, but he is a menace in game. And there's a reason why he got those 3 MVPs.
Sambil makan ya, anjir gue nggak sempat makan tadi coy.
So I think if you're homeboys, you gotta.
Aduh, makan guys.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that they're going for that route. Deuce Volts is they're kind of setting Sunset Lover behind the scenes, right, and keeping him towards the end. And I think that is kind of what you were saying. Homeboys has to think about that, right? And you can already see that they're targeting jungles mostly right now. And then, okay, interesting, the Odette. If I'm not mistaken, Deuce Volts was the team that pulled.
Selamat malam, Misterius.
So again, they trying to keep that
Ambil makan dikit ya.
bay for the side of Deuce Volts. Now responding.
Nana mana Nana nih?
Homeboy still hasn't picked their mage, right? So I think it might be an epic mage battle.
Gimana nih Malaysia nih, Misterius?
Better pick here. And I think right now Navaria is still open. So Deuce Volts can either opt to ban it, and they didn't. They go the Thamu. So Navaria is still open. Nana is still open. Like 2 of the heaviest hitters in the mage lanes are still open.
Malam Keong.
That's a good point. I'm wondering
Suara ya?
exactly, and this is the threat of a Diggy too, right? I mean, you have to really, you really have to think about what you are going to put, even in the mid lane, right? I mean, for the most part.
Makanya semoga menang nih, jangan sampai kalah lah.
Opt for some of that burst if you can.
Kalau menang rematch besok lawan Api Brain.
If you can actually get that times journey out early,
Enggak bisa gue
and that gives you
trouble
a
tadi.
huge advantage when it comes to the team fights or even early skirmishes, you know. So that might be something that Homeboys really wants to opt for. Now, you know, we've seen a lot so far of Nana coming through, and that can work. Like you mentioned, Novaria is open because if you're really on point, there it is. There's Novaria. It's going to be locked in. Because what I was going to say is when you're really on point, able to just kind of whittle down the team, it already puts more pressure on utilizing that time.
Dia kan agak ada healer, jadinya enak dipakai tuh.
But to the point where it's like, all right, we approach this objective fight or this turret push. We're whittled down to half health because of Novaria across from us, and we have to deal with this. Interesting pick here. The Vexana.
Kalian percaya ada Leomord gak kira-kira? Leomord gak sih ini? Leomord atau Martis?
They're all about getting in, getting out as quick as possible. We've got the Claude, we've got the Lance, and the Guinevere. So I like that. They needed a little.
Selamat malam Okta. Ini Baras dong yang keluar. Gue kira dia mau Leomord.
Vexana brings quite a bit of control to some of the team fights, and it could be an interrupt for some of the quick in and out tactic that we see Homeboys take an approach. But I think Homeboys is quite squishy, so they're gonna need something front lane focused right here to take on Deuce Volts, because you can already see they got the CC, they got the Brats, they got the Diggy. Like you're gonna have to fight through a lot.
Dude, the thing that scares me about this is the fact that if you just look at Dave's Volt, like their lineup, and then you factor in the
2-1 gak sih? Safe streamer. Lapu-lapu men. Gue kira dia mau cow Tigreal gitu.
Giant dinosaur as well in Barrett's. Like it's kind of, it seems like there's so much to work through if you're Homeboys, right? I mean, for the most part, and there's a lot of kind of CC that can be countered with a Diggy pick. So again, if you're Homeboys and they rounded out with a Lapu Lapu, I think this is, both lineups are very interesting here, G. I actually don't, I want to say that I lean more towards Diggy.
Gue makan nasi goreng coy.
Not because I predicted them win.
Makan santai-santai aja kita. Yuk di share guys, Let's go, kita ke 2000.
Some of this the variations happening from especially early to mid game, like the spike that's going to happen here. I like that, you know, Aurora and Vexana and Nana, like they're part of this mid-game meta again, like mid-game picks, because it adds a certain dynamic to it. And you have to consider too, like the Eternal Guard alone is actually quite annoying to deal with, right?
Selamat malam, Joy.
Especially when it comes to these objectives. So like you've got like a mini Lord to help you out. So With all that said,
Kamu tuh CR nih, man, CR nih.
into the land of Dawn once again. Game number 1 here, second match of the day. Deus Vult versus Homeboys into the playoffs for games of the future. One of the teams has to go home, and it starts here in game number 1. Already getting the flicker out from Udil.
Yeah, and kind of just doing maybe some like focusing on some win conditions here for both sides, right? Homeboys, I like their approach. Like if they can't CC.
Makan dulu guys, sambil makan guys. Sorry guys.
On the side of Deuce Volts, they can just bring all the aggression that they possibly can to the playing field, and if they're able to capitalize on that and use their aggression to their advantage, I think Deuce Volts could be at a little bit of a trouble. But I think again, Deuce Volts has the safer team comp, right? Like they're thicker, they're just overall, you know, harder to kill, and they have the anti-CC. So I think Deuce Volts
lagi gak malam ini? Waduh. Selamat datang Pak Satria. Nama lu susah sih pakai Amanda, nama anak gak tuh? Selamat malam, Huruf Jepang. Wah gila bawahnya. Bawahnya di full plating lo habis.
I think I'm solo right now, Naisu. I don't think you're on here, by the way. Yep. Kind of just talking about what's going on in this game. We can already see that Homeboy is able to secure the first blood onto Solo. Huge plays by Homeboys at this point. Definitely interesting takes from both sides, and we can kind of see that.
Wow.
Deuce Volt's gonna clap back.
Wow.
Able to take out Zorn at this point, and now gonna be invading on the side of.
Wah, Chibi.
This is a good take. Oh my God! What a torn apart memories on a Chibi there, securing the kill again. Deuce Volt's just super aggressive.
Rusak sih.
Wow.
Kadang HP-nya dimainin. Boleh Pak Satria gas aja. Pas gua pakai Layla, lu pakai apa gitu loh. Main juga lu. Karena lagi besok. Kita watch party lagi besok ya. Besok gua semoga gak telat ya. Semoga PC-nya sehat-sehat aja waktu di restart, man.
Tempo is pretty much what we're going to be talking about. Already flickering out to Udil once again. That Eternal Guard there, going to chase him down, keeping him from going back to base a little bit longer. Still in the bottom
Nanti
lane,
main nggak? Nanti kita lihat ya. Nanti kita lihat ya.
And Kid Bomba gets taken down bottom side. A lot of cross-map action play happening.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression from both sides have been great. Does look like Deuce Volts is definitely controlling a little bit more of the map and a little bit of that economic lead as well. Great flicker utilized or bait out by the side of Deuce Volts. Magister controlling the map with this Barats at this point. Again, still 2-2. So, man, what is your take? It looks like they're about to possibly maybe gank the top lane, and I think that is where they need to start targeting.
I think, again, Deus Vult having this bit of a lead that they have, G, is great. They can work around it. Kills went into the fact too that Hiko was able to grab one of those early ones will help him.
Makan dulu om, nanti kesedap. Udah. Gue cuma talon doang sih dari tadi.
As he already picked up his first big item. You know, he's got the blade. Now the turtle's just seconds away from spawning here. You're gonna see both teams kind of hold off, wait for it, get in position the best they can. Magister there has quite a few stacks as well. Turtle comes up. And we'll see, right? We'll see if the finesse from
Baratnya padahal ya, Barat ini nggak ada yang nge-heal di belakang, jadi sebenarnya Baratnya nggak terlalu tanky.
Jump in, going through, not gonna find the connection though.
2 hari lalu ketiduran, gimana rasanya ketiduran di sini? Oh, Sastra itu S. Nggak bisa sih. Sepat mundur dulu, sepat. Nice. Nice, Chibi. Tapi Homeboys masih ketinggalan gold lumayan banget nih. Mereka tryhard banget ya. Wih, sakit banget itu. Wah, mati dada Udil. 3 hit langsung di Udil bakalan Racing Star gak di MPL MY? Mungkin bisa. Bentar, di sini dulu nih yang penting nih. Kayaknya Udil lagi susah deh kalau ketemu match kayak beginian.
decimating Homeboys at this point. We can kind of take a look at some items, and I think the biggest pickup that we're seeing is the Blade of Hep there for the side of Hiko is just dominating, and I think that's where the economic lead is coming from. The lane swaps already happening.
Wah,
I
ini
think
susah
that's gonna
banget
be a hard
Berat guys buat Udil guys. Di match 1 kalau dari draftnya ya, gue sih ke Defu kalau match 1 ini. Meskipun mereka gak punya healer, tapi mereka punya hero pegangan banyak. Sawo itu pegangannya di Gi. Sunset Lover pegangannya match yang kayak begitu semuanya. Ini asal gak maju-maju sendiri kayak gini sih. Wih, gak mati? Serius? What?
What a play. Great job there from Sunset Lover to be there for
Sulit guys.
Yeah, and I
Demi ayah gue nonton di channel lu om. Waduh, ayah siapa nih? Oh, ayah Udil. Let's go Udil. Di game L1 AP brand dia bagus. Cuman kalau gue ngeliat ini Homeboys, mereka shot callnya kayak kemarin aja ya. Kemarin waktu mereka main juga, itu mereka lumayan bingung waktu masuk ke late game. Dan mereka kan sebenarnya tim yang kebiasa menang di early game. Kalau early game yang ditahan, ya ini nih yang kita lihat sekarang nih. Nice banget cepat. Tuh loh, lapu-lapu sebenarnya masih. Flicker Spatial Migration. Gua kok masih di tengah ya? Kalian kok bocil-bocil facecam gak ada yang protes coy? Makan om, habis ini gue makan lagi, sabar. Nah ini mulai dapat angin Homeboys-nya. Karena cicinya swap lane, cicinya gak ada ini, gak ada impactnya dia. Anjas, iyalah jadi caster lah, kemarin kerja coy. Sudah lama tidak jadi caster. Kemarin tuh perdana 2024 kerja tau. Oh, sepat. Ini loh. Lapu itu lagi bagus banget guys buat jadi EXP. Kalian kok gak ada yang mau pakai ya? Iya, tapi kalau lawan banyak juga susah ya. Requiem. Bener tapi ya, Cipung itu kepake terus. Lapu sering dipik karena dia anti sisi. Sekarang kan lagi metanya yang crowd controlnya banyak banget tuh. Lapu-lapu ultimate-nya cepat. Cuman 18 second, 15 second gitu. Dan itu dihitung semuanya. Dia itu bisa lompat terus-terusan. Jadi untuk backlanernya yang tadinya bisa ngasih kalian crowd control, itu lapu-lapu bisa lepas pakai Breakfast Fighter, pakai ultinya dia. Bisa counter Cici, bisa. Karena dia punya efek shield juga ya. Nah ini mulai gak bener nih Dustful nih. Early-nya bagus, aduh. Eternal Guard-nya dibuang-buang kayak begitu sih, sayang banget. Ya pokoknya yang penting yang bisa kasih damage lah. Kalau jungler ya Joy Lancelot lagi laris ya kan. Ya sesuai perkiraan lah. Cuman Fanny gak tau kemana nih. Fanny lagi absen guys. Barat Smarties.
Homeboys really have to rely on Zorn, and I
remember Goodbye Doesn't Mean Forever. Bentar, itu lagu apa lagi nih Ci Erin nih? Ada musik-musiknya tuh. Halo Budi Cole, welcome. Enjoy the stay di channel kita yang masih belum triple digit nih ya buat viewernya. Let's go. Sorry gue telat sih hari ini.
They're getting caught off guard.
Lagu apa tuh?
Right, up, down.
Aman aja, Budi Cole.
And I think that comes into play that when the mid game approaches here, Homeboys might have a little bit of the advantage. But also Deuce Vaults, right? They're going to be coming online. I think they're going to get more defensive. So the bursting that Homeboys has right now could fall off into the late game.
Ultinya memang lebih gampang miss kalau lapu-lapu karena bukan single target ya, lebih ke kita yang nargetin juga. Lihat tuh, kit bombanya diangkat, di all in dah. Mati guys sih, udah gak bisa kemana-mana guys sih. Ada execute gak? Gak bisa men. Vengeance menyelamatkan kit bomba. Kalau gak ada Vengeance, gak ada diskon 35%, pasti tumbang dia. Hari ini yang main Defu HB nih, habis ini Burn X Flash lawan Fire Flux. Lo lihat tuh, dia bisa zoning semuanya dan damage-nya gede.
some kills, but they lose the Lord to Homeboys.
Sakit banget tuh hilang.
One of the key plays to point out there
Kok
is
gak
that
di absen?
Magister tried
Apa yang mau di
utilize
absen?
the
Udah di absen tadi Budi.
welcome on to Chibi, but
Banyak nih hero kita semua keluar nih. Gila main Guinevere-nya ngangkat-ngangkat terus ya gue liat-liat ya. Terus dari kemarin ya Kid Bomba selalu kalah lawan Cloud. Ini kalau sampai kalah lagi lawan Cloud, next game pasti ban Cloud, pick or ban Cloud. Kemarin lawan RRQ kan mereka. Mereka kalahnya kena siapa? Kena Cloud juga tuh. Kena Cloud, kena Kari.
Yeah, and I mean, there's 2 down on Deuce Vault. Full Lord kind of barreling down. I think Homeboys at this point are going to be... This is a good Lord for them. Allows even more breathing room. And the 50-50 now leaning into the favor of Homeboys. They're able to utilize this Lord to clean up the map. And essentially take out a lot of the towers. And Deuce Vault's going to have a hard time now, right? Because they're not going to have the escapability that Homeboys has. And it's just... It's crazy to see the Homeboys' aggression. They're just breaking apart Deuce Vault's just tactical plays here, and I think they're taking advantage of the
rapi banget ya Homeboys
that Deuce Vaults are making.
Kalau di early udah mulai nih ngebalikin lagi mereka nge-build up. Karena di hero epic hey kan bisa keluar. Melissa gue tunggu main Melissa mana ya? Moskov Melissa nih. Sebelum item attack speed di nerf. Set, kedorong, udah, angkat, taruh ke dinding, injak, boh. Di combo abis, men. Aduh, zone. Gak bisa kemana-mana tuh zone. Gak bisa kemana-mana tuh zone. Mau gak mau zone, ditempelin sama Kid Bomba, zone. Mati zone-nya. Nice banget, Nets. 2 untuk 2 ya. 2-4 men.
Yeah, and look, they're about Kid Bomba in a little bit of trouble.
Still gonna be in trouble. Kid Bomba regens it back.
Di kena life steal gak bisa kemana-mana. Ini hilang juga nih sempat lama-lama nih. No, double kill Kid Bomba, men. Kita kasih lagunya Wop Wop dulu gak sih? Nobara lagi absen, udah mau cut weleh. Kasihan Nobara. Itu penuh lagi weh. Cicinya lihat kelakuan Cici itu. Itulah kelakuan Cici kalau gak diapa-apain ya. Kalau dia gak diganggu, dia gak kena poke damage-nya Cloud, dia gak kena knock up ke atas, mungkin ada sisi yang ngebuat dia delay skill satunya. Yoyo Blitz-nya, mati kalian. Kasih lagu Wok Wok dulu gak sih? Kita puterin dia lagu Wok Wok gak nanti?
Look at this. Almost has everything built already. So I feel like that's going to be a key factor there. Oh my, the back door.
Tapi Cloud, di backdoor, cok. Oh, nggak bisa. Ada yang pulang, guys. Tapi mereka invest 2 pemain di sana. Berani gak nih sekarang? Berani gak? Sepatnya mau ulti tuh, nah ini udah ulti sepatnya. Dimakan, oke. Retri siapa? Oke. Chibi. Tipis. Hampir. Hampir kejadian lagi ya.
I gotta say, right now, Homeboy's retry game is on point, right? It's just Homeboys.
Gila itu pas banget dari tadi retry-nya dia. Dil, lolosin dong Dil, biar lu ketemu sama EP Brand lagi Dil. Rematch aja dulu.
I suspected that Deuce Volt's comp was a little bit better, but it goes to show that Homeboys is just bringing that aggression left and right. Lord now barreling down, full HP on the left side. Can they mount up a defense here? I don't think Homeboys can take it here, but we'll see.
Gila sakit banget.
They're gonna have to deal with this. Lord making quick work of it, so
net
still
support
holding on
gak
the
ada.
best
Wok
they
dulu.
can.
Mau ngangkat gak bisa.
Ini
Ini Bomba jangan sampai keangkat sih men. Dia itu harapan satu-satunya buat ngebadanin. Ngebadanin sambil kasih damage ya.
And right now, Deus Vult,
Siapa lagi bisa ngebadanin? Magister nggak bisa damage.
It's good. This is the defense that Deuce Volts needs, and I think they're essentially going back to the drawing board in game at this point. They need to find and take control of the map. The river control is going to be a key factor here. You were saying it earlier, Naisu, is that I think that they really need to get a pick, right? And a key pick, as Nets is 2-0 and 4, hasn't been stopped just yet. And I feel like
Kecil
that
banget,
is the winning factor
Magister.
for Homeboys. Now, also, the Brats is having a hard time getting his stacks. Look at the little dino on the field. He is just so tiny. And I think that's kind of playing into a factor on the Deuce Volts, is that not having their jungle, not having control of the map is being... It's
Tapi
rough.
sekarang si Cipung ini cepet banget gedein badan. Bisa tiba-tiba langsung six pack gitu dia. Itu udah 2 stack ya kan. Kalau ada 3 yang jalan itu udah kayak 6 stack langsung tau. Itu sekali tembak dia ulti mati loh. Nana di nerf guys. Jadi kalau kalian baca patch yang hari ini, Nana itu kena nerf. Lihat zone-nya. Aduh zone. Tapi bisa kabur pasti, masih bisa lompat sekali.
Yeah.
Mama
And
Sasa.
again, I mean, we can kind of look at
Susah banget itu
all in
nama.
full builds. Brody
Nah, mainnya
missing
pelan
one
banget
item,
ya.
but almost at the damage
Sangat
point.
sabar sekali,
Now,
guys.
The biggest difference is that we are seeing both have Wind of Nature's already secured.
Iko sih parah sih damage-nya, lihat tuh.
Again,
Wind of Nature itu mau kemana tuh? Ke si Halberd atau BOD guys? Menurut kalian sih? Kalau gue sih BOD sekalian nggak? Biar peri udah jadi tuh BOD-nya. Oke, BOD jadi, lawan Cloud full item, Windtalker golden stuff. Lawan Cloud attack speed. Tapi ditampar sama Hiko 2 kali hit itu sakit loh.
Yeah, right now once again the fight for the Lord, half health here. Both teams
Set.
waiting
3 kali pukul hampir penuh
on
lagi.
point for the majority of the game. It's going to kind of reset. Nothing just yet. Soft reset
Dicari.
for now. Still
Gila.
pulls it out of the pit. Deus Vult has to be careful how they approach it.
Kid
Look at the
Bomba
pressure already
di target.
Zorn gonna find
Pasti
the
tumbang
knock
tuh.
on Kid Bomba. Takes a couple shots.
Really?
Nets has
Whoa,
to
whoa, whoa.
back off, though.
Nets.
Sunset lever on the hunt. Does have the immortality. It's gonna get popped here. They have to fight this out. Still gonna go and look at
Wah,
the
di
damage,
bait
though.
dong,
GB
ada
comes
BMI-nya.
through, finds the execution, gets the double on Hiko. Finds more.
Wah,
still working. Sunset
gile.
lever's gonna be down 3 down so far. Looking for the 4th.
Nets sih
Kid
jago
Bomba
banget
gets
dari
the kill,
kemarin.
But another member on the run. Still looking.
Ayo Udil. Ayo Udil. Sehit lagi.
Kid Bomba, one hit away, but the shot from Udil, and that will make it for Homeboys as they
Kelas.
take game 1.
Kelas.
That was crazy. Homeboys being able to take game 1. Deuce Volts pushed back against the wall there. Wow. My God.
Nets jago, Nets.
Again, rock'em sock'em.
Menurutku yang gendong-gendong dari kemarin tuh Nets.
Hitting who?
Rock'em Sock'em Robots, whatever you want to call it, man. That was an ending, that was an ending to game 1, man. That was finesse.
It was the most intense.
Ayah Udil.
Most intense for sure. You never, again, it was like 50-50.
Makasih guys, yuk tinggalin like-nya. Yang belum subs di subs dulu. Gue ambil makan dulu ya.
Deuce Volts, they're in their chairs and they're like, man, what a game. And again, Deuce Volts, they were trying to hold their own, but the retries just weren't there. And then Homeboys bring in an aggression that I don't think I've seen in this tournament.
My goodness.
He's like,
that ending was great, man.
Sweating.
Yeah, not only that, but like the retries were on point, but I love the call that they had there at the end. You know,
Yeah.
and as we take a look at the highlights here for this game, you're going to see exactly what we were talking about. That was already 7 minutes in, but tempo-wise, you know, it was very back and forth early on, but Homeboys just did a great job at punishing Hiko, who was scaling really well early on with the Brody. And then it turned into a lot of this just the Rock'em Sock'em Robots, man. Like, that's what it was.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, they were both punching KO punches left and right. And I think Deuce Waltz might have had a little bit of tunnel vision, right? Because they were winning in the early, the gold lane already securing the tower within like the very first couple minutes of the match. And then they swapped lanes. And
besok itu RRQ match yang pertama setauku. Onyx match yang terakhir. Besok kita kawal dari match pertama gak sih? Kalau misalnya lolos kan seru-seru tuh semuanya tuh. Match satunya RRQ lawan Burmis. Match 2-nya misalnya Epibrand lawan HB. Match 3-nya Onyx lawan siapapun nanti yang menang. Match 4-nya Onyx lawan siapapun nanti yang menang.
It just fell into the hands of Homeboys, and their aggression was on point. It kind of seemed like everybody was kind of split apart. Fights happening on the left when the Lord was supposed to be the major objective, and Homeboys coming out on top.
Yeah, again, you can see them really celebrate that win because that ending was just all around. You know, every single lane that you saw there, every corner covered, nets. Man, this is what I'm used to seeing like from Nets, so especially on a Claude pick, right? Like you saw it early on. It wasn't.
Sekarang Claude itu prayo banget mending pick Orban daripada Nathan ya. Ada di sini.
Claude or Bruno for him. It's dangerous, G. You know, and that's kind of what we saw here. And if it wasn't controlled, then that could have actually been a game-winning push before we even got to that amazing ending here.
Yeah, and that was the wild part is Homeboys. I think what really came to be a major factor here is that they were forcing Deuce Waltz to make decisions, right? And then those decisions were becoming mistakes by Deuce Waltz, and Homeboys just taking major advantage of those. And I think it just comes down to the versatility that Homeboys brought to the field. You know, like the two push up there at the top lane almost could have been a backdoor, forcing Deuce Waltz to make that decision that they had to leave the Lord, leave the neutral objective. And we're kind of looking at some of these stats here. We can see that again. Brody just the turret damage.
Kalau Sunset pakai si siapa Vexana, mereka nggak punya damage.
Applying a decent amount of pressure to Homeboys as well, but I think that's what Homeboys wanted. They were kind of keeping him at bay, while Homeboys were taking advantage in different areas of the Land of Dawn there.
Yeah, and it's crazy too because when we were talking about in the draft, like. Even the Diggy pick, like the Diggy pick, very signature for Sao, but he struggled on it. You know, like he struggled, kind of like what we saw from the first series of the day with Morrow on the first time on the Ruby, right? Like it was tough for him to do what he needed to do with the Diggy pick, and a lot of the times when we were talking about how to play into that, I think the fact that it was solved where a lot of the times they were able to put the pressure from, you know, Homeboys was able to put the pressure. They got, if it was an early times journey, they were able to get it out early, deal with it. We saw how well still Novaria fits into this current meta that we're seeing kind of shift a little bit, right? Like the damage is crazy still. And not only that, but the vision to play around that is very great for this. And also, you gotta have respect for Chibi because the Lancelot is not. I mean, it's not one of those heroes that a lot of teams want to play in the way things are currently. Like there are specific players that still like to go with that Lancelot pick, and it takes that certain type of player to really pull it off, and to even be patient enough to play against, you know, some of these tankier junglers, if you will, or the way that they play around that, and just.
Terima kasih buat tap like-nya.
You are technically, you know, a lot squishier than a lot of these other picks, these utility picks. So you have to really rely on that skill, that control that you have, and the finesse that it takes to pull some of these heroes off, like when you're playing this, you know, and the fact that he was on point with the retributions. He was able to put pressure that way alongside the team. Like that's the thing. When you pick something like a Lancelot, you pick something even like a Fanny or, you know, one of these assassin type junglers. Even if
indahnya dengan kacamata ya.
Built tanks a lot, man.
Kan kalau kacamata
like it takes the team effort to make it shine. And then, even then, like you have that team effort, it's still that like clutch in that individual player. And I'm sure you guys watching or even YouTube.
Mainannya dia apa aja sih?
Some of the best
Gua lihat ada M3 Roger,
there's that
M4
small
Beatrix.
ingredient, which is the
Terus apa lagi tuh
clutch
mainannya
that
tuh?
they're able to pull things off. And a lot of the times it's
Gua
it's like
nggak lihat mainan saya di
if you
belakang. Oh,
play
nggak
Lancelot
kelihatan.
yourself, man, you're playing it in your RG games and you pull off that clutch retribution or you're able to pull that situation out. That's really rewarding, and it speaks here. Now they're one game into this best of 3. They had a I wouldn't even say it was completely like one-sided, right? Dave's Volt had a great start technically, but and it was very action-packed. I love these type of matches, man. Like I love the teams that just, it's very action-packed, and that's why I love teams like even watching over in Malaysia. Like this is how they like to play. What you were asking me earlier, like what do you see?
Gila, Budi main Mobile Legends sebelum Mobile Legends-nya lahir.
And I know you see something
Background
different
noises
even in ACT, like where there is similar
Bayangkan.
action-packed games, but when you
Kalau di
see a
belakangnya
certain
Naiso
level
tiba-tiba ada
of preciseness to some of the actions that they're pulling off is really what
Bener ya?
sticks out if you've been watching a ton of competitive MLBB. And I think Homeboys did a great job here, really playing around the whole thing that they had that in game 1.
100%. I couldn't have said it better myself, Naisu. The clutch.
Tunjukkan background apiku. Wah, bener juga ya.
And I think
Erin pasti kagum kalau lihat menyala padi abangku.
They seen the Diggy, right? The Diggy was like,
Bentar,
they were like,
bentar.
instead of playing into
Kalau
the
pakai
Diggy,
background api tuh harus
played
disetting,
against the
guys.
Diggy. They essentially
Bisa biasa background
just
api.
went full gung ho, and not only did they go gung ho, they showed it.
Coba
in
kita
the
coba
match
ya.
too.
Menyala padi abangku.
They applied that pressure onto Deuce Volts, and then like you were saying,
Kalau kita
it was
menang
just constant battles.
besok
left,
lah ya,
right,
menyala padi
and
abangku.
It just didn't. Again, I personally think what Homeboys succeeded there was just forcing Deuce Volts to make those decisions and to make mistakes so
pacar
that
gua
the
Brusco.
Lancelot could clutch it out. And
Dirujak netizen, nggak apa-apa, rujak enak kok.
Also the positioning by Homeboys.
Harganya kalau rujak enak kan mahal.
The patience
Seperti di neraka.
Zorn was just
Tolong ya, tidak sesuai perkiraan saya men sebenarnya.
Forcing out the Diggy, the time journey early, so that they had the ability to continue the fights without having to worry about the extra shielding that Saw would have brought to the team fight. It was just amazing. I mean, I couldn't. Again, being from the NACT, you normally don't get to see the 50-50 matches. They're normally one-sided.
Kayaknya besok kita harus mulai lebih pagi ya. Besok kayaknya gue start jam 5 deh, kita mabar dulu deh. Lagi watch party, Budi. Lagi nonton santai.
Maybe that'll continue to develop, even in your region over there. NACT, I think that's something that you can expect, because even looking at, like we were talking about, Dave's Vault, man, like they, when you look at game 1, and that's in these tournaments, like I said, someone always has to go home, but eventually, like when you're left with that best of 3, sometimes game 1's not your game, like it's not it, and that's why I'm still hoping that we get to a game 3, right? But based off what we saw in game 1, I think that's still a very big possibility, because what I'm expecting from DS Vault is that
malam mabar, aku 3 hari gak main mole. Siap laksanakan. Tuh, tolong ya, Do langsung login aja, segera siap-siap pemanasan. Halo Seros, selamat datang di acara Api Neraga. Background apa lagi ya kita cari ya?
Sao wasn't able to do what he needed to do on the Diggy pick specifically, and when that happens, when you are on a hero like Diggy and you kind of get shut down, it's really difficult to crawl back to I'm an impactful.
Oke, Budi siap. Tuh jam 3 pagi seru tuh Budi mainnya.
I mean, that's one of the things about Diggy. Like, you get deleted so fast no matter what. Like, that's why you have the times journey as well. So I feel like for Deus Vault here, especially when we're waiting for Game 2 draft, they could, in a way, I'm expecting, like, let's say, flipping of sides or anything really. But draft-wise, it's like, even if they took the CC again, like they had that available.
Tema neraka kan menyala padi katanya.
Did a relatively good job, and
Kemarin tuh gue pengen iseng tau nyalain api itu. Pas lagi nge-cash ya. Pas menang RRQ atau Onyx. Pikir-pikir lagi jangan dah. Udah kayak main api banget gak sih? Josep Rezabek. Josep Rezabek. Anthony Hodge, GD Echo. Kenapa namanya GD Echo ya?
You're also fighting against range, right? Like that's why Novario was so great, because you're fighting range to range in a way, and against vision. And so if you're Deus Volt, when you're prepping up for this game too, I think draft wise you really want to
boleh dong Thanos, selamat datang. Gue
Gue
minta background bagus guys, ada yang bisa kirimin gue ya kayak gini-gini gitu loh, yang kayak misalnya api unggun kebakar di belakang ya. Kalau kemarin gue pakai yang ini, kemarin gue punya yang ini. Butuh nih gue nih. Gue cari Coba gue cari guys ya, sabar ya. Background.
That's the thing. They could actually go for a little more utility, go a little more durability. But hey, they might just want to come out swinging again and hope that they win the swinging match this time, you know? So we are going to see as we jump in here for draft for game number 2. Homeboys flipping sides. Deus Volt here will be on the red. So Minotaur already taken out here.
Fire.
What are you thinking here?
Fire background video coba ya.
Deus Volt. I mean, Homeboys already got that game 1. Like, what do you see?
Ini sih api neraka jahanam nih.
Yeah, and I feel like they just need to break the momentum that Homeboys has, right? Like when they get on a roll, like the roll is strong.
Sebenarnya banyak loh background bagus yang kayak begitu.
Has to come back to it. Just take a step back. Think about more controlling heroes. Really didn't have much CC on the side of Deus Volt, and Homeboys took advantage.
Tapi kenapa kalau gue dapetnya yang kayak kebakar gitu ya? Jangan guys, panas. Ntar aja, kita nonton dulu guys, nanti kita push rank habis ini,
I think it's all about when you're picking these certain heroes and what you want to go with.
Gak ada Mino, gak ada Faramis, 2 hero pegangan. Itu buat si tim Deus Volt ya. Kayaknya selalu dipaksa main Grok hari ini. Emang banyak ya di sana ya. Mau dong yang background gitu. Buset, gue liatnya sih api neraka semua ya.
It's like, is this the point where if you're Deus Volt you pull out something a little risque, you know, a little risky. risque. Like that's.
Nah, kalau kalian kalau mau tahu tuh, yang dipakai sama GD Echo ininya, headsetnya itu kalau gue nggak salah Sony XM5. Woi, bener gak sih? Nah ini kalian bisa, yang ini sih punya gue, yang ini salah. Mana ya? Taruh mana punya aku ya, anjir. Saking dia rusak gue lupa gue taruh mana. Udah lupa lah taruh mana deh. Soalnya kalau yang Sony XM5 itu ada besinya tuh di bawahnya sini. Nah itu yang titik kita itu besinya tuh. Itu clue. Sony XM5. MPL ID start tanggal 8. Bang, AOT coba bang, apa tuh AOT?
We saw that often, so it's like I think you need to for Hiko anyway. Again, did pretty good on the Brody, but I think you really want to allow Hiko to have a comfortable kind of transition from that early to mid game, and that might just mean take that pick, take that Bruno, take that Claude if you will. And then build around that, right? Now, Homeboy is going to be that first pick. This will tell a lot of kind of the tempo that they want to set, right? And the fact too that we see a lot open here that we've seen picked up.
Ya ada backgroundnya dia. Mana yang bagus background Attack on Titan.
I'm not sure if Homeboys actually wants to lock in CC that has been picked up quite a bit, if they want to go that route, but we'll see.
Omawa subscriber baru. Halo, selamat datang.
Is the Guinevere, right? Homeboys executed the Guinevere so well.
Yeah.
Do they opt to pick that up once again as the first pick, right?
Thank you banget David udah nge-subs ya.
Feeling that this was the case. Deus Volt actually utilized the Guinevere quite a bit throughout a lot of their other series, and it was one of the decision factors on their wins. So it's kind of like
lagi ya Guinevere first. Ini hero-nya ditutup semua bener, dipaksa pakai Grok sumpah. Sawo dipaksa pakai Grok ini.
I want to see what Deus Volt's gonna do to fix that. And I think that's kind of what they initially suspected the Diggy play would have done, is to counter the Guinevere. But I think Homeboy's positioning was just amazing. They came to fight and they fought. And these two picks, I think, the CC.
There it is.
All right.
Nggak mau Ruby ya dia ya, cici terus ya. Padahal Ruby kebuka nih. Kalau kemarin tuh Ruby harganya mahal banget. Hari ini Ruby gak ada harga diri. Valen.
You accomplish what you wanted to do in terms of Kid Bomba individually, and I think you might as well pick it up. And then you also now have the Valentina.
Ya antara Lapo atau Ruby udah. Lapo aja lah, Lapo bisa nabrak langsung, Cici juga bisa kalah. Kalau kena Lapo. Lapo Nova.
So with that, it's like you kind of force Homeboys in this situation. This is why I always like Valentina, because it forces your opposing team to really depend on what ultimates do we want to give up? Like, what ultimates are we okay giving to the Valentina? And you'll see some teams that actually play around that to the point where they draft, and then when they're actually in the game,
oh iya, Cloud juga bisa.
They purposely keep those
Cloud
ultimates
Nova
away with positioning, right, to the Valentina. Like they make it
Harit, man. Harit Aurora. Aurora di nerf ya guys. Ini bukan di nerf, di adjust. Adjustnya dia kalau dia skill 2 itu yang depan nggak kena beku, yang yang dekat dia nggak kena beku, tapi agak depannya kena beku. Uranus juga bisa. Lotnya diambil nih. Udah 3 magic. Bruno.
But I think sometimes it could be the key. It could be the key, right? Because the Claude's still open, right? Maybe the Bruno pick was to, maybe force out the Claude. Again, Homeboy's looking like they're going for a little bit of a squishier approach again, but from the side of Deuce Vaults, we still don't see CC. We still don't see control, and I think that's something we need to see from them. Homeboy's looking to just be so aggressive. They're ready to, again, I like the Aurora. It gives you that control. They have already have 2 crowd controls right there. You got the Guinevere, the Requiem, you got the Glacier, and then you're also going to have the sustainability behind the Harith, right? And sometimes that can force teams to build anti-magic and leave open these other 2 physical heroes. So I kind of want to see what Homeboys picks in their jungle, and if they're what the EXP lane could possibly be. We do see some bans coming out.
Tamus ban.
Could be a good frontal aspect for Homeboys.
Kalau Tamus ban itu berarti akan ada Cloud. Dipaksa pakai Grok serius ini. Ambil gak sih Groknya? Karena bisa farming, itemnya jadi, ya udah enak.
The 5-man set, like that, now that I see that, and I was watching that, like, it's worth it to take out the Tigreal. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like you see some amazing set potentials, obviously, with it, even if it's not a 5-man set. Like, it's still a very big threat. And I'm also kind of wondering exactly what do we see Homeboys do with these first 3 picks that they have, because yeah, it's a lot of magic damage. That's true. And you want to kind of even this damage distribution out, so you kind of, that leads you to the table of, yeah, what do we pick up for that, right? How do we deal with that? And I think Deus Volt, on the other hand, they're thinking that too. They're focusing on some of those XP picks that could have popped up. Lapu Lapu has been shining for months now, like in the XP lane, a very playmaker heavy hero. Now that that's taken out, the Thamus was taken out as well. What do we see possibly going in the XP lane?
Itu semua 4 roamer loh di ban. Grok yuk. Tahu dipaksa pakai Grok, percaya nggak?
Getting into that backline, CC in that.
How you feel about Arlot XP?
Arlot XP. That is also something that's been quite wild too, right? Nice too, is that we haven't seen Arlot at all, and the whole time we've been casting. So
yeah, I mean, he's been banned out I think he's been banned out once or twice today so far.
Romit buat solo rank. Sekarang itu Nana Vexana. Nana Vexana ya, Aurora boleh. Masih Novaria juga ada, Valentina juga bisa. Oke, Baxia dulu. Nyimpen dia.
Interesting. Okay.
Nyimpen roamer.
I mean, it's a good counter.
Get it. Yep.
That's a good counter to the Harris, like, sustainability, right? That
it's a
built-in
smart
anti-heal.
I mean, for all three of those, like technically, even for the Guinevere, in essence, like depending on the build path and whatnot, like it's a smart pick from Days Vault. I like the Baksha. We talked about it too. You know, they need a little bit of that durability, so they're going to have that available to them. And realistically, like I said, you really want to just allow Hiko to farm up, like be the turret destroyer here on this Bruno. Focus on opening up the map for your team to work with.
Benedetta,
Baksha, right? Opening up the map for him. There's the Benedetta locked in.
Martis.
You know, we're talking about physical damage.
Edit yang baru di buff 4 magic, man.
Wow, it's been a while.
Yo, okay. What is this game? Now you see, you asked for some
Main agresif lawan defensif.
Risque.
Tapi aduh, main Dusful draftnya agak-agak
some head smack.
Risque. There you go. Hey,
I think it is going to be risky though.
It works. I think as
Haritnya jadi MM.
I'm a firm believer.
Gak bakal kemana-mana nih.
And not just because we saw Layla recently. Like I'm a firm
Screen dong.
believer.
Kan kita lagi nonton santai aja. Saya kan lagi gak kerja, guys. Prediksi ya, jelas lah. Ayah Udil dong.
And a lot of this is going to be decided in the early game, like tempo wise. And I think too, if you're talking about
Udil, let's go, Udil.
Is like your tempo alone in terms of your rotation speed, being where you need to be. If you can get those calls on these side lanes, putting pressure, maybe it's even in the mid lane, get the passives down or the.
Gak satu sama kayaknya enggak sih. Enggak lah kalau satu sama. Memang ada 4 magic. Baksha memang kuat, tapi Baksha Angela di early game nggak terlalu sustain kalau di all in langsung dari 4 hero itu ya. Belum lagi mereka punya editnya ini bisa cancel terus. Ada bantingannya dia kan, onwardnya dia bakal ngebaying time yang lama, itu lo berasa banget.
Game number 2 here, match point once again, Homeboys against Deus Volt. One of these teams will be going home today. Can Deus Volt extend the series to game number 3, holding on to the tournament lives as they get us situated?
I'm a little confused because it's already starting out at 60 seconds 2-0.
Yeah, that's.
Wow, it looks
Udah
like
2-0, man.
Sunset Lever in the intro.
Udah 2-0.
And Homeboys took advantage of that. I guess that could be the early aggressions
Tuh.
between the
Karena ada zone kan. Edit itu onwardnya, itu sakit banget.
That's something you don't see very often.
Because the Petrify was down too.
2-0 Homeboys, yes.
You know, as I was waiting to load in, action happened, man. So, you know, the Petrify was utilized, Sapad gets that kill, it goes to Udil. This is scary. Like if your day is
Siapa ya? Last match-nya siapa ya?
Kills in that department on
Versi
those
Silon.
heroes is deadly.
Kalau ini HB menang berarti emang gak mungkin sengaja lewat lower. Karena mereka bakal ketemu lagi kan orang yang sama gitu. Tuh lihat, sisinya kalau ada edit sakit banget. Dan edit yang sekarang itu di buff juga. Damage ke minion pasifnya jadi 150%. Clear lane-nya udah cepet nih. Dia udah bisa buat main jadi XP laner sekarang. Apaan kejadian tuh dari kasih lihat terlalu sadis mungkin.
With the Valentina, right? Like the big things that they have available are gonna be, you know, the Frigid Glacier. I mean, the Violet Requiem, but look at this damage, my God.
Yeah, you gotta be able to respect damage this early on.
No, damage early-nya dipegang sama HB, jauh banget nih.
Overloaded magic damage potential early game. It's so far quite deadly, and that's the best start.
Ini kalau sampai keangkat sekali hilang langsung. 1, 2, 1, 2.
This ultimate for now.
1, 2 belum ya. Ditabrak dong. Dibalikin.
Kid Bomba gonna be the one to fall in now. Udil in trouble. So there's some bite back here now. Body after
digigit balik coy. Aurora skill 2-nya di nerf.
I just want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I heard the crowd go absolutely wild there.
Wis.
Oh, what?
Wow.
How did he? Yo, I'm speechless. The turtle stolen.
Dicuri turtle-nya. Kayaknya itu rugi, udah rugi parah lah kalau udah kecuri gitu ya. Kecolong. Pakai Phantom Slice.
Maybe he just wasn't expecting it. I don't know, but that's
Oh,
some play right there
OMG
for
lah,
Homeboys.
bisa ngomong dah.
Now, given that whole sequence, how that kind of unfolded, right? Deus Volt
Iya,
showing
gak ada
that
red
they
trick.
definitely have fun in them early on.
Paksa
Still,
juga sama dia,
once
mungkin
again,
kaget
they
kali ya.
have
Ada, tadi ada red
early
trick-nya kan? Ada gak sih?
damage potential, magic damage. You can already see too. Big items being picked up here. They got the Starlium Scythe already on nets. He's got that.
Es, pakai ini dong.
You pair
Pakai
it up with
Bennett.
the fact that Udil picked up the Genius Wand, so it's a little troublesome in terms of now we even have to deal with more burst or more, our magic resistance being reduced in some of these team fights.
Pantes.
And so they really got to be careful how they play around it.
Berani banget ya. Berani banget loh ini.
There's the Glacier. Udil going to be the one in trouble though. Sapan on the backside goes in with a collectible final blow. Going to be able to find Magister.
Karena damage-nya banyak banget. Kalau di early game kayak begitu level 4 semua punya Homeboys, ini mereka bisa deliver damage. Kenceng men. Karena mereka 4 magic kan jatuhnya. 4 magic 1 physical. Physical pun cuma di Benedetta. Kalau serangan kayaknya enggak. Nah, hari ini kan kita sepi-sepi hari ini.
By the Bruno at this point. I think that the sustainability that they need. CC picking up the brute force early on. It doesn't seem like they're too worried about magic damage.
Tapi Kid Bomba di belakangan ya di match-match yang terakhir karena boleh. Karena metanya kan kayak begini kan. Jadi dia pakainya hero-hero yang egois. Cici tuh hero egois sebenarnya. Wah, ditabrak dada sawo. Goodbye. Dibanting, nggak nafas, dada. Nggak bisa sih. Berat those full guys. Ini kelihatan banget nih Homeboys mainnya. Ini yang dicari dari Homeboys ya. Game pertama mereka gak dapat early game kan. Early game-nya lumayan goyang. Nah ini lo lihat nih. Kalau Homeboys lagi pegang di early game, mereka tuh galak banget tau. Glacier-nya dibuka, Glacier. Nah, Frigid. Glacier. Udil. Ada pasif. Masih bisa flicker. No. Oh gak ada flicker. Gue kira tadi dia punya flicker. Terry Ruby Lapu itu bagus dia, Terry Ruby Lapunya. Sekarang dia lagi pakai hero egois, itu hero egois banget tuh si Cici. Soalnya single target banget. Gak bisa, Retri kalah. Kejar zone. Ramel red. Dikejar lagi. Knock up. Facial migration. Wah gila. Dikasih special plus Electro Final Blow. Kelar langsung.
This is just speechless right now. Homeboys
Kira XP egois ya. Wah, nggak bisa lari kalau udah kena Summon Force. Wah, sekalian Sunset Lover-nya kalau nggak punya Purif mati tuh tadi tuh. Purif tuh dia tuh. Ya Magister. Magister bisa nahan sih, tapi belakangnya wah di cancel, nggak jadi masuk hard guard-nya. Selamat loh, nggak diterusin tadi.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Homeboys going to take possibly this mid turret. They're zoning them out. Homeboys have to keep this snowball up.
Aduh, Udilnya ke gap lagi. Ini sakit banget loh, dia modal 1 heptasis. Lihat tuh guys. 1 heptasis sampai returnya dipaksa pakai. Biar sepatnya mundur, kalau nggak mundur. Tuh, baru 1 hepta. Oh iya ada si Halbert ya. Nets itu dari Filipina, dari PH. Mati gak sih, udah gak bisa kemana-mana tuh. Wush. Oh gila. Turun dibanting. Diangkat. Primal Red. Queen.
He will be fine. The fight for the resources though. TB knows it. They already got the hard guard dealt with. Still gonna be putting the pressure once again.
Wah, keambil Udil. Udah tamat gak sih Dusful? RRQ main besok guys. Kita watch party besok di sini ya. Kalian standby jam 6 lah. Jam 6 udah mulai. Banyak sisi maksa Purify. Kalau ada Purify gak ada Matilda susah. Wah di solo kill. Udah gak bener udah mainnya nih.
Still going to be going. Once again, Magister, the flicker from Zorn. Looking for more, though. The pressure is there. Now Sunset Lover going to be the one in trouble. 3 members are gone. Make it 4 for Daewoo's fault. It's only Sao. This is dire for Daewoo's fault. His homeboys now makes the way.
Tuan rumah men dihajar.
And Sapat will continue to push the top side.
Ini gak ada lower bracket ya. Ini kalah, ya udah selesai. Kalah langsung tamat.
Not only did we get risky, we got major aggression by homeboys. The snowball effect is engaged. And we can see Deuce Volts, they need to find a response. They keep going in and testing homeboys. And they're, again, I think it's going to come back to that they're going to have to mount up a great defense. They do have the ability to do that, right? Kid Bomba, though, being farmed up alongside Magister, mid-game coming in, we could see a little bit of a scaling happening by Deuce Volts as they are securing a bit of the magic.
Kayak udah gak bisa gerak sama sekali nih Deus. Sekarang mereka mau kemana sekarang? Onyx besok, Onyx. Onyx besok match keempat, setengah 12. Halo Tipe X, welcome back.
Tough for them to deal with. Look at the backside. Sapot gonna jump in. Got a little aggressive there. Ends up falling. 1 versus 3. Was trying to just put the pressure. Still, Lord gonna be making its way top side. Right now, Deus Volt, full force, 5-man. Gonna try to defend this. Still, does Homeboys actually want to continue to press the situation here? Looks like they won't. Again, even though Sapat went down, they still got a little more space to work with around the map based off that first Lord push. But
HB kalau menang lawan AP Brand rematch.
I like this, right? Homeboys not
baru 10 menitan udah ludes ya. Karena di awalnya tuh di bawah menit 1 udah mati 2. Kita nggak lihat apa yang terjadi, men.
And again, I mean, CPAT had a little bit of tunnel vision there and did go a little bit too deep and paid for it. But again, that just, again, the whole team didn't get tunnel vision. We do see a little bit of a resource fight here. All
Sunset.
Here.
Sunset. Belakangnya yang disikat. Wah, ini sih tim wipe bisa-bisa nih. Oh, nggak bisa. Dipotong zaman first terus belakangnya ditabrak.
The next target. 3 members of Dave's Vault hold on the force from Homeboys.
Berat guys, berat guys.
Now mid-turret gonna be focused. It falls. Now the top side, the focus for Homeboys. Will eventually get this as well. Deus Volt, couple more seconds. Their full team will be back here. But Lord up in 30. What can Deus Volt do here? Gee, they're almost 9,000 behind.
I mean, I think they've just been making mistake after mistake. Kind of leaving the comfort of their base is what Homeboys wanted, and they just fell right into their grasp. Right now, I mean, if they could possibly get an easy pick, that might be where it's at. But it's the snowball effect on Homeboys is just a little bit too much. I think if they attempt to engage for this Lord, they might pay for it. And I think that Deuce Volts needs to stay passive. But again, they're being a little risky. And this might be the only chance that they have for this Lord.
Lagi sendiri gue. Yang KB di Discordnya rame banget coy. Mending gue sepi-sepi aja dulu deh. Kalau terlalu rame tuh sakit pala juga.
And Deuce Volts definitely opting to stay back at the base again. I think the only thing they can do at this point is turtle up.
Gak bisa, Deuce Voltnya kalau mau keluar, mereka harus bisa buat momen ya. Terus kalau kita lihat, Bruno ini butuh item. Ini sama sih, PR-nya Deuce Volt sama kayak kemarin. Men. Damager mereka 2 ya, mid sama goldnya, tapi dua-duanya lagi gak dapat uang. Itu yang buat susah. Hit bomber CC, ya dia single, makanya gue bilang ini egois banget nih kalau hero ini nih. Ini hero single target banget. Jadi oke lah kalau laning bisa menang bagus. Tapi team fightnya kalau dia gak dapat belakang bakal susah. Temennya mati dia hidup terus kalah. Oke, masuk ya. Lihat bombanya cari nets. Pasti bomba cari nets. Cuman gini, netsnya pasti kumpul-kumpul sama yang lain juga. Aman gak? Gak bisa. Gak bisa kan? Gak bisa. Di atas Summon Force. Gak bisa jalan. Buset, giliran gue udah nge-cash 20 menit apa? Cuman 14 menit ya. Gak bisa dong. 2-0.
Wow. Homeboys showing complete aggression and
Izin rank dulu. Sip, Satria.
over that whole game. You know,
Wah.
we've seen it was a 50-50 in the first round. Congrats to Homeboys because they showed that they brought the tenacity. And, I mean, Deuce Vaults tried their best, but Homeboys seemed like they wanted it a little bit more.
Man, Homeboys, they're super clean. You know,
I mean, speechless.
Yeah, it's
Besok lawan AP Brand lagi besok.
clean performance, like from game 1 to game 2, just like we saw.
Easy banget bagi HB, iya nih. Kayak gak ada ini ya.
It's
Susah.
very incredible to see that kind of.
Sama mereka target bandnya bagus tadi. Dia ngeband punya Sawo semua, 4 hero Sawo di band.
You know, for Deus Vult, they're not going to be happy about that. It was very tough to have that kind of loss here. Of course, you know, even on the stage, and they're here in very familiar territory, and it's tough to see that because
KO.
really when you talk
Satu
about
telah hilang.
the fact that they played against each other in M5, you know, and how that was, it's tough to see like where did it go wrong here for Deus Vult in these games. And I'm sure if you go back and watch, and a lot of you guys currently were watching that game, it's like, you know, what do you
Main dulu Om, lanjut ke dark system. Bentar kita lihat
take a
dulu
look
sih.
at the highlights here. The fact that this lineup is a very unique lineup from Homeboys, by the way. Like, this is not something that you would see every game. It's one of those, like, I would say almost a niche lineup where it's like, it's very magic damage department heavy. And not only that, but
HB lolos HB. HB besok lawan AP Brand.
we also pick up the Benedetta. And like we throw that physical damage dealer in there, and it makes for some crazy burst potential early on.
Yeah, and it was just I think well executed by Homeboys, you know, and I think Deuce Vaults, I'm not quite sure what they wanted to achieve. They pulled out the Boxia Angela combo to hope to sustain against a heavy comp as Homeboys, and they even confidently picked the Angela. But Homeboys just taking advantage of everything. Their damage was
Ketemu
way too
AP
much.
Brand.
They had a lot of crowd control for Deuce Vaults to deal with. And then not only that, it was just well
Habis
executed
ini
by the whole
bentar,
team.
habis ini
They
itu
kept
ada
forcing Deuce Vaults out, and Deuce Vaults just
Burn
fell
X
into
Flash lawan
Homeboys'
Fire Flux. Boleh lah kita tonton lah ya.
And again, it was just the clutch
Ini
moments
Aurora berarti udah gak 0%. Udah aman, menang satu nih Aurora nih.
kept collapsing down on the Deuce Vaults. And
BO 3 semua sampai final BO 5. Selain itu BO 3 semua.
If I'm not mistaken, I think I seen a Frigid Glacier stolen by Sunset Lover, but they just, again, you can see a little bit of that overextend to try to keep the Lord away from the base. It just wasn't enough as
Malay Pride
were snowballing at such a heavy level, and again, it was a crazy match. I think it was risky on Homeboys'
kita ganti
side,
judul ya.
but it played to their
Berarti habis
advantage.
ini
Most of the
Burn
plays,
lawan
we started
FF.
off in the very beginning through a cutscene, already 2-0. Like the aggression by Homeboys was crazy. This was like you were stating, it was like a
besok Onyx lawan Burmis, lawan Delar. Besok lawan Delar, guys. Mantap gak sih lawan Delar?
Nets.
Once again, 8-0-6, man. And you know when he picked up that early Starlium Scythe, like he was gonna be deadly. And I love that interaction. I always like when teams do this, when they go with kind of like this magic centric.
Ayo guys, mau main kah kita?
Lineup.
Sambil nunggu nih next match.
You have some concept of Starlium Scythe is gonna be picked up by one, the Genius One is gonna be picked up by the other, and then you're really like trying to win these early skirmishes that way, like pumping out the
GG.
damage early on, because even if a team tries to build some magic
Seperti itu ya.
early on, it's usually reduced, obviously. So with that whole interaction, and then the Harith, who we've seen banned out quite a bit, like there's a reason for that, right? I mean, like it was deadly, and that's kind of what we saw here. So again, congratulations to Nets. Once again, getting an MVP.
Congratulations, Nets.
And just overall, I love what Homeboys did. So, congratulations to this lineup specifically on a very interesting kind of approach to that game.
Yeah, I think it just ultimately goes to show that the versatility of these teams can be anything. I mean, Benedetta coming into the game, even
Udah makan? Udah
needed,
dong.
right? Like,
Sebelum.
I think that this tournament, again, I said it earlier, it's building the foundation of how crazy MLBB is going to be getting with the current meta. Like, it's not as easy to anticipate drafts anymore, and it goes. Again, they were just 50-50 in the very first round, but it was crazy that coming into the second round, I think it was just the momentum Homeboys built into that first round, and then securing the win against someone like Deuce Volts that made it to the 4th place spot in M5 versus Homeboys, getting knocked out a little bit earlier. It's that bittersweetness that they're like, we finally came back.
Bentar guys, kemana nih?
We're here to do it.
And I think that's what it's gonna take. Again, I believe based on the brackets, they are going to be facing Homeboys will have to face against AP tomorrow. So, something like this, like that kind of strategy, that kind of lineup, and obviously, it's probably been played before and whatnot, that interaction. But regardless of if it was picked up or not from other teams, the execution here is also what we're highlighting, like from Homeboys.
Mari kita main dulu sambil nunggu match selanjutnya. Ini suaranya gue taruh deh biar gue tahu kapan mereka mulai.
Something that even the teams waiting for tomorrow, like they have to be aware of. Again, Homeboys like this, that play style, and even the effect, I guess, the impact that you can see with having nets now, a part of this lineup.
Aman kan, nggak ada kendala sama sekali kan? Halo Kairi, selamat malam.
Not everybody can play a Harris, by the way. You know what I mean? Like to a certain degree. Like not everybody can play it like Nets or some of these players that really round out their hero pool when it comes to the gold lane. And it's something that we actually talk about.
Turnamen ini apakah negara Eropa yang bikin turnamen yang serupa? Semoga ada ya. Semoga ada turnamen yang serupa juga. Dan gua agak ke atas dong. Main santai dulu. Masih nunggu guys. Rambut gue kenapa kayak orang Rusia ya jadinya ya. Tolong diisi. Tetap gak ada masalah sih. Aduh, udah punya semua guys. Bingung jadinya. Anjir, coming soon. Masih 2 jam lagi. Gue gak salah lihat jam nih guys. 2 jam lagi. Serius, 2 jam lagi. Dua jam lagi. 2 jam? What the heck? Cloud mana Cloud? Cloud.
Your team is picking.
Dalam keputusasaan, aku melihat harapan yang paling terbaik.
Guys, lihat nih guys. Masih 2 jam lagi, men. Tuh. Ya.
Sambutlah pertunjukan dengan sorakan yang meriah untukku.
Demi kemuliaan.
Kenapa di sebelah
Your
begitu
team
hero-nya?
is picking.
What the hell? Salah lihat gua tuh.
Saatnya berburu.
Menatap
Pamit dulu om, nonton film boleh.
kehampaan.
Ini kalau 2 jam lagi sih gua tidur-tiduran dulu, men. Serius gak sih di 2 jam lagi? Kalau 2 jam lagi mah gua live di TikTok aja dulu, ya gak sih? Ya udah yuk gua live di TikTok juga dah sekalian dah. Guys, masih 2 jam guys. Wah, gile. Gak bener.
Kamu ingin tidak melihat
Your
siapapun.
team is picking.
Sudah menjadi takdir.
Oh, gile.
Negeri ini adalah tanah air kita.
The enemy
Dan
is
negeri
picking.
ini akan menjadi kuburan kalian. Bayangan tanpa jejak telah siap.
Masih 2 jam lagi. Kita sabar-sabar saja. Nyerah dah dua kalau 2 jam. Tes cek. Oke, aman ya. Tes.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Absen pertama nggak juga sih karena gue udah live di YouTube. Ah yang bener aja. Iya bener 2 jam lagi.
The battlefield. Smash them.
Beneran loh. Guys 2 jam lagi ya. 2 jam lagi ya kita watch party GOF ya. Gue kaget shock kok. Oh lama.
Serpihan lain dari jiwaku.
Aku yang pernah boleh. Om Xbox lagi OP ya. Yes. Lagi kepake buat lawan Ruby.
Aku tidak tahan dengan kecerobohan. Rasakanlah kehampaan. Bentuk dari kecerdasan. Sebagai ilmuwan dan seorang ayah, aku tidak pernah takut gagal.
Layla di rank lagi rame guys. Gue takut juga nih ketemu sama Layla. Kalau udah mulai bilangin gue ya kalau udah mulai ya.
Tidak ada gunanya melarikan diri.
Request backup.
Koordinat ditentukan.
Ambil cici gak tuh? Selamat malam Ricci.
Dalam perjalananku, aku pernah merasakan hangatnya pelukan ikan bayi. Apa hanya permohonan sia-sia ini yang tersisa bagiku?
Anjir. Buset, dia datang di depan muka aku tadi. Keren habis sama saya. Ereknya lagi kuat banget kan. Guys, kita mabar 2 jam. Nanti kita watch party 2 jam. Kita mabar lagi 2 jam. Kita watch party lagi 2 jam. Gimana?
Tanpa bintang kecil yang memanduku, aku pasti sudah tersesat sejak lama. Rumah terasa lebih jauh daripada bintang-bintang di langit.
Mending Joy atau Nolan? Bingung saya. Joy. Dampaknya Joy lebih ngeri.
Aku telah terbiasa dengan dingin dan sepinya. Terlupakan. Dia adalah cahaya yang membuatku tetap segar menjalani kehidupan.
Nafsu. Ya.
Kegagalan membawa pencerahan.
Si KB sampai nanya itu beneran kononnya segitu. MM gak terlalu bisa saya.
Namun erudisi akan tetap menjadi rumahku. Apa hanya permohonan sia-sia ini yang tersisa bagiku?
Request backup.
Bisa kabur. Gue lagi asik-asiknya tadi tuh. Oh, masih dong. Jam berapa nih? Dipisahkan oleh time zone ini makanya tuh. Zona waktunya kelamaan, guys.
Sebagai ilmuwan dan seorang ayah, aku tidak tanpa bintang kecil yang memanduku, aku pasti sudah
Papu lagi enak
tersesat
banget ya.
sejak lama.
Combo Nolan 2, basic attack 31. Itu. 2 basic attack 13, sorry. 2 basic attack. Nah. 2 basic attack 13. Malam besok orang main, yes. Kita watch party besok juga.
Berbagai semesta,
Jangan lupa buat di sub saja.
namun erudisi akan tetap menjadi rumah.
Ya, itu kan minusnya Joy di sana. Harus jaringan bagus dong. Dar. Ya kan asik gitu. Dua basic attack 1-3. Ulangin guys, 2 basic attack 1-3. Grup gue udah mulai rame nih. Yeay. 2 basic attack 3 tuh gitu tuh. 2 basic attack 1 3. 2 basic attack 1 3. Kalau udah jadi gitu gimana guys nanti guys? Aduh. Waktu itu Layla jungler gak gitu men. Jadi Layla jungler.
Dalam perjalananku, aku pernah merasakan hangatnya pelukan bintang baru.
Waduh.
Kecilku,
Nolan rotasi ke bawah lah. Lol artinya apa?
Our turret has been destroyed.
Hari ketemu bocil-bocil begini ya.
kegagalan membawa pencerahan. Koordinat yang tepat, aku dapat menjelajahi bintang.
Kayak 1 jam lagi guys, 1 jam lagi lebih cepat dikit lah. Dijawab dong.
Aku telah berjuang dengan dingin dan sepinya kehampaan.
Our turret is under attack.
Wish.
Initiate retreat down. An ally has slain.
Jebol guys armornya, jebol.
Bahkan bintang-bintang habis terbakar. Terlupakan. Waktunya beraksi. Aku tidak tahan dengan kecerobohan.
Nolan di nerf, jadi ultinya udah gak punya purify gratis. Tapi di sisi dibalik ya, dibalik dari nerf juga ada yang lain gitu loh.
Don't give up. Let's try it. Our turret is under attack.
Salah
Shut down.
perhitungan.
Ally has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed.
Dalam perjalananku, aku pernah merasakan
Terima kasih.
pelukan bintang baru.
Yuzong masih tetap ada kok Yuzong. Dipotong nggak tuh dia?
Teknik yang luar biasa. Koordinat ditentukan. Terlupakan.
Asik cuy Nathannya cuy.
Launch attack. Request backup.
Kabur. Kalau soal lari kita nomor 1. Cici banyak, Ruby banyak. Ruby nomor 2, Cici nomor 1 lah. Bennett lagi rame juga tuh Bennett.
An enemy has been slain.
Selamat malam benanya Titus.
Enemy triple kill.
Hang in there.
Apa banget ya dia.
An ally has been slain.
Tidak ada gunanya melarikan diri.
The enemy has slain Lord.
Cici jelas tugasnya dia buat incer backliner, udah gak ada lagi. Mau kemana lagi coba kalau Cici tuh? Udah gak bisa kemana-mana.
Initiate retreat.
Oh, it's right.
Turret is under attack.
Waktunya beraksi.
Lawan Erki besok kuat. Delar, lawannya Delar.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Berbagai semesta telah kujelajahi. Namun Eruditio akan tetap menjadi rumahku.
Your turret is under attack.
Pas dipotong.
Request back.
Link official yang Indo ada.
Launch attack.
Tidak tahan dengan kecerobohan.
Sama kok channelnya. Kompor mabar lagi belum.
Rasakanlah.
Dikasih. Mati ya. Ya.
Dia adalah cahaya yang membuatku tetap tegar menjalani kehidupan.
Spree.
Nani. Bulutan ungu Nolan pasifnya dia. Itu range pasifnya dia. Jadi dia langsung bisa tiba-tiba lompat di ujung dari lingkarannya ini.
Aku telah terbiasa.
Aduh, range cerdas.
Aku rela memecah jiwaku 1000 kali lagi untuk kesempatan pula.
Your turret is under attack.
Laki terus ya gitu ya.
Koordinat
Your turret is
ditentukan.
under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Mainin pasifnya, selama ada pasif kalian boleh lompat kapanpun juga. Kalau gak ada pasif, saran gua kalian nunggu sampai ada pasifnya baru kalian lompat. Karena kalau enggak gak efisien ya tuh.
Permohonan sia-sia ini
Tuh satu aja udah.
sisa bagiku.
Farming santai gitu. Selamat malam baru udah Geko.
Perjalanan tanpa akhir. Aku tidak tahan dengan kecerobohan. Terlupakan.
Gak bisa lari. Tapi mereka udah low semua. Nice. Ikutan. Aduh, lagi main rame nih gua nih. Lagi main ramean.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Bener-bener last hit banget tadi.
Salah perhitungan.
Sakitnya, sakitnya.
Bentuk dari kecerdasan.
Hang in there.
Legendary.
Bentar guys, tunggu pasif ya nih pasif ada nih. Pasif ada kita berani lompat ya, kalau nggak ada pasif jangan lompat. Udah.
Back up.
Kayak turnamen hope gak? Enggak sih aku. Coba kita tanya Gia besok hope lagi. No. Guys, kalian mau aura gue warna apa nih? Warna merah kan? Warna ungu, ini warna ungu sih. Mau diganti warna apa kita? Match rank berapa? Nggak tahu. Nggak ngitung. Nggak suka ngitung guys, yang gitu-gitu.
Please ban a hero.
Kita first ya. Tadi sekian banyak yang sudah keluar. Emang nggak like tas? Enggak kan? Set, gua jam segini udah ngantuk banget
Is
tiba-tiba.
banning.
Aman lah ya guys ya. Fix aja kalau mau.
Please pick a hero.
Ada Haya main itu men.
Saatnya memainkan irama
The
dari
enemy is
kilatan
picking.
cahaya.
Kita coba kemampuan edit sekarang. Apakah edit ini tuh kuat atau tidak kuat sama sekali?
Sambutlah pertunjukan dengan sorakan yang meriah untukku.
Aku, Minotaur,
Your team
akan
is
mengakhiri
picking.
masalah yang belum terselesaikan.
Tidak ada ampun bagi para penyusup. Iya!
Bintang jatuh membawa kita ke sini.
The enemy is picking.
Aku tidak takut pada Kraken. Karena aku adalah Lancelot yang tak terkalahkan.
Lancelot masih sih. Lancelot itu power pick lah.
Ayo Dexter, waktunya
Please pick
pertunjukan
a hero.
kita.
Aku akan melindungi dunia ini. Hutan, langit, semuanya.
Biar kita menang early game guys.
The enemy is picking.
Bentar ya.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Item terbanyak buat defense pertama Blade Armor
Till
guys.
the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Itu udah item terbanyaknya dia.
All troops deployed. Marduk, ayo berangkat. Ya. Seseorang pernah mengajariku terbang, tetapi sekarang dia di antara bisikan-bisikan hutan, aku mendengar harapan-harapan bergema.
Rip eye itu apa rip eye? Panjas. Kita makanan ternyata guys. Kalau mau diantar enggak lah gue lah. Gue enggak makan rib eye. Sedang tidak makan daging-dagingan. Sini. Ya telat lu. Jalan ke bawah gak tuh dia.
Tidak masalah dari mana asalku. Yang terpenting adalah cara pagi.
Ciluba, happy birthday to you.
Halo.
Halo. Mau mati. Oh iya, ini minusnya si Do Window. Gue kasih tau minus lo jadi mid lane ya. Lo itu kalau mana udah mau habis pulang lah. Gak ada guna lo di sini, sumpah. Match gak punya mana itu udah gak usah aneh-aneh, serius. Ada serius. Gak, emang iya ya. Halo?
Halo? Akan senantiasa melindungi hutan.
Bentar, kita
Meskipun
tunggu dulu.
aku anak dari langit.
Ada gak?
Nggak ada suara aku.
Masih ada? Enggak, aku udah apa-apain. Ada gak? Halo, halo?
Halo?
Nah, aman kan? Wah, bentar, aku lihat dulu deh. Nggak mungkin sih kalau masih ada.
Halo?
Oh, ya bener, ada. Soalnya kemarin aku bisa setting anak-anak punya suara sih. Enggak kok.
Salah dari mana asalku.
Oh iya, bentar.
Siapa diriku?
Dah. Halo.
Cara melihat dunia tanpa adanya kebencian.
Anjas. Games of Future di aplikasi merah YouTube guys, di YouTube ya. Untung ya.
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
Untung ada suaranya tadi. Pakai pipe-nya biar hilang gitu.
Seseorang pernah mengajariku terbang. Sekarang dia.
Ada pipe nih gue nih, bentar nih. Oh, hey man. Mati dong coy. Kurang sih coy. Kurang jago sih, gimana ya.
Hutan mengajariku cara melihat dunia tanpa adanya kebencian. Jika kamu ingin terbang, bayangkan saja dirimu adalah angin. Serahkan padaku. Aku harus melindungi. Initiate retreat.
Bikin crimson. Jatuh.
Aku tidak akan menyerah. Dengar. Skywell sedang bernyanyi.
Game kemarin Om Mawa nge-cast bareng Cimomo tapi live-nya di TikTok. Kok bisa? Hah? Mana emang gue live di TikTok kemarin? Kagak ada, gue gak live kemarin. Ya belum aja ke sliding tuh. Biarin aja. Popol gue sih masih bertahan hidup ya. Bagus tuh Popol.
Dia yang mengajariku terbang, kini telah lupa caranya makan.
Di cancel nih, no man.
Harapan kembali tumbuh. Pegang tanganku. Ayo terbang bersama menuju lautan awan.
Kadang gue bingung tuh mindset kenapa incer tank gitu ya. Karena bisa mati lah, bodat.
Dia yang mengajariku terbang, kini telah lupa caranya mengangkasa.
Apa tuh?
Dengar, Skywell sedang bernyanyi. Waktunya terbang.
Airborne lagi.
Pergilah, penjajah. Pemberian dari ally. Jangan merusak hutan. Jangan mendekat.
Enak sih. Mau aku pakai edit lagi di buff. Gila cepet banget clear lane-nya.
Di antara bisikan-bisikan hutan, aku mendengar harapan-harapan bergema.
Sabar aja ya.
Aku tidak akan mundur.
Tuh lihat tuh. Gila. Kali nyetrum 300-an. Kemarin mana bisa 300-an. Seger. Damage-nya gede banget sekarang. Keminian bukan ke hero. Nyangkut.
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
Gak mungkin kalau cuma sendiri sih gak mungkin. Kalau bisa jadi doom dong dia, bisa nge-silent gitu. Gak mungkin lah. Orang itu bukan silent. Nah, jadi dikit kan. mandi belum? Udah ini semua udah beres belum? Enggak lah. Ini kita pusing udah malam. Lagi sama Lone Ranger juga, masa gue tinggal Lone Ranger.
Aku memilih jalan ini atas keinginanku
Slot mid nih.
sendiri. Benar kan, Marduk?
Ada dong tuh, lagi bantai-bantai tuh, lihat tuh. Tuh.
Aku akan meminjam kekuatan ini.
Yo, apa kabar yo? Udah siap nih? Dikit hari lagi nih ke Jakarta, dilihat-lihat nih.
Ayo, Marduk.
Awas ya, di sini ya, di sini. Ada Odet, hati-hati ini Odet nih sini nih. Diambil gak tuh sama lancing. Lihat nih Lancelotnya nih. Oh, kali tuh Lancelot.
Aku akan senantiasa melindungi hutan, meskipun aku anak dari langit. Harapan kembali tumbuh.
Sakit ya. Damage-nya kita sama damage-nya Odet ya 11-12 lah. Bisa diadu sekarang. Hiburan gak tuh?
Aku akan senantiasa melindungi hutan, meskipun aku anak dari langit. Seseorang pernah mengajariku terbang, tetapi sekarang dia... Aku memilih jalan ini atas keinginanku sendiri. Benar kan, Marduk?
Oi, halo. Gak sempet udah, pasti mati kan lawan Cloud juga tuh. Berubah juga mau ngapain? Lah. Fireflux main habis ini. 25 menit lagi Fireflux main. Ya lama coy. Ih, gak.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Ada Lone Ranger nih. Waduh.
Launch attack. The enemy has slain Lord.
Karena poinnya banyak harus kita bakar-bakar guys.
Pegang tanganku. Ayo terbang bersama menuju lautan
Masuk
awan.
susah, kagak masuk sawah. Nah, gue udah bisa clear lane cepet nih. Itu definisi dari pembanting sama edit full damager dari ulti doang tuh tadi tuh. Lagi rame sih KB, rame banget. Gak fokus nobarnya. Tapi nobar di channelnya gue aja nih, ada tuh, udah gue siapin, asik. Kelihatan om push rank guys, kangen main. Sebegitu banyak sih, udah gak bisa kemana-mana lagi. Sebegitu banyak mau kemana? Om kok Haya di buff mendadak? Skill satunya di buff, harusnya bisa dipakai sama Kairi besok. Kita coba lihat besok. Tapi kalau dipakai sama Kairi berarti itu adalah strategi dadakan guys ya. Bukan strategi yang dipersiapkan secara matang. Karena kan lama banget ya kita lihat Kairi pakai Hayabusa. Terakhir Hayabusa yang keren kece badai itu ada di M4.
Harapan kembali tumbuh.
Lihat ininya sih, Odette-nya sih, hati-hati ya. Palace sendiri nge-caster dong. Evolve Lord, Evolve Lord. Ada harga diri men Lord ini. Langsung mati Lord tadi tuh. Yang di Rusia itu Game of the Future.
Pegang tanganku. Ayo terbang bersama menuju lautan awan.
Gue di belakang cuma nyembang-nyembang deh mas ya. Login ya cepet ya. Tidak, ya udah kalau. Oh pelin pelan sekarang. Masih bisa satu game.
Semua tantangan kami libat.
Dasar orang pelin pelan. Nah, pas kalah kabur. Sampai oh, serius udah dibuka tadi. Ada Vladimir tadi. Hah? Masa? Kenapa? Ya, kita sabar dong.
Please ban a hero.
Matilda udah. Nanti gue lihat deh, coba gue lihat lagi nanti.
Your team is banning. The enemy is picking.
Sedingin embusan
Please
kristal
pick a
salju.
hero.
Abadi bagaikan kalbu yang membeku.
Sebenarnya ada Mino, tapi sekarang lebih kuat ini gak sih?
Sambutlah pertunjukan dengan sorakan yang meriah untukku.
Apa?
Hayabusa, siap.
The enemy is picking.
Ayo Dexter, waktunya pertunjukan kita.
Aku, Minotaur,
Please
akan
pick a hero.
mengakhiri masalah yang belum terselesaikan.
Aku akan
Kan tadi lawan Mino menang juga
The
tadi.
enemy is picking.
langit.
Udah percaya aja udah. Aku edit. Bener juga ya. Oh, yang bener atau yang salah nih? Kasih infonya nih.
Tuan,
Pohon
apa perintahmu?
terkokoh juga lahir dari benih yang kecil.
XP Beleric gitu. Kalau mau bener Valentina. Kalau nggak mau bener pakai ini aja. Sigurd. Nggak lah, pakai Vexana lah. Tapi ya ada sih. Ya itu boleh lah. Ada Valir, hati-hati. Mati juga. Mati juga karena Fanny percuma. Sama aja. Masih 20 menit lagi. Jam setengah 11 lagi. Weh, buset, ngapain lo tukar-tukar sama dia? Geblek. Abis main sama Iki. Oh ya, Mianya jago. Seriously. Selamat malam. Gambar apa sih itu sih? Sebenarnya gue bingung dari kemarin gambar apa. Halo, yours to be read. Flux main abis ini guys, sabar ya. Karena kaget ya. Sama Lord Ranger anjir. Cloud kan enak sih Cloud. Cloudnya Vengeance tuh gila.
Ayo berangkat. Aku akan senantiasa melindungi hutan, meskipun aku anak dari langit.
Kurang GFR caster. Ada dong caster Indonya. Halo Aris, welcome.
Hutan mengajariku cara melihat dunia tanpa adanya kebencian. Ya. Ya.
Hujan nih. Ayo, gue nak beku loh. Kalau jauh gak beku, kalau jauh. Kalau aku di ujung itu baru beku, kalau ya nak beku aku. Jadi kalau dia lagi tiup gitu, majuin aja, tempelin.
Aroma hutan yang tidak untuk hutan.
Headsetnya aman kok, nggak delay. Pakai Sony Inbuds.
Initiate retreat.
Jika kamu ingin terbang, bayangkan saja dirimu adalah angin.
Nah, kamu ingin terbang. Bayangkan dirimu adalah angin. Terusin aja di atasnya. Anjir, gak bisa sekarang ya. Flicker sambil ini udah gak bisa loh. Ambil turtle gak sih itu? Oh, aman. Fanny-nya datang-datang cuma gesek aku, men. Kampret nih Fanny. Oh, ngisi MPL, yes, nanti. Minggu pertama kita bakal ketemu, minggu kedua, minggu ketiga, minggu keempat, itu gak tahu. Ketemu lagi sampai terakhir lah ya, sampai playoff. Gak kena. Di channel sini guys, di channel sini. Nanti kau kasih lihat channelnya. Susah juga sih. Nama channelnya soalnya panjang banget, ribet. Gak mau maju dia, jangan. Gak bakal maju dia.
Terbang bersama menuju lautan awan.
Gak bakal maju dia. Kita yang di gap sama ini. Bilangin caper lu gitu.
Dengar.
Asik. Apa tuh? Ada bayangannya Joy di sini? Oh enggak nih? Bisa. Cuma nanya doang. Lagi di turtle soalnya nih.
Pegang tanganku. Ayo terbang bersama menuju lautan awan.
Tuh salah. Di tapping malah ke turtle. Anjir guys ya. Edit tuh mantep banget edit. Yoda nonton mau aja nge-cast di sini. Gua boleh. Terima kasih Yoda.
Hutan mengajariku cara melihat dunia tanpa adanya kebencian.
Geraknya cepat. Pencet ulti. Gue kepencet ulti tadi, gue pengen banting dia doang padahal. Kita potong sini aja gak sih?
Aku memilih jalan ini atas keinginanku sendiri. Benar kan?
Semangat cuy. Mainnya Lone Ranger udah main safe banget, tau gak sih? Dapat satu turret biasanya maju kan? Nggak pernah maju lagi sekarang. Udah pasti mati lah itu. Udah pasti mati kalau kena Fanny begituan. Mana bisa? Pinter lah. First item boleh lah.
Our turret has been destroyed. Request backup.
Ayo, lagu.
Om pakai lah ya. Kalau ada challenge boleh. Evos kalah lawan anak MDL. Ya betul. Vengeance ya, vengeance ya. Vengeance-nya dia lumayan sih.
Harapan kembali tumbuh.
Killing spree.
Kocak. Ntar aku harus. Sepuluh menit lagi. 10 menit guys.
Dengar, Skywell sedang bernyanyi. Ya, dia yang mengajariku terbang.
Waduh.
Kini telah lupa caranya mengangkasa. Ya,
Awas, awas, awas.
Initiate retreat.
Gak mati dong dia.
harus melindungi.
Langsung ke antivirus biar kita aman dari mara bahaya.
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
Initiate retreat.
Wah, beku banget gua. Wah, gua gak gerak sama sekali. Di combo besar tadi. Sorry, sorry. Ah, gila sih di combo besar. Kena pohon, kena Mino, kena Aurora. Ah, gila. Lo lihat tuh. Kena Minion Fury, kena Wrath of Dryad, kena Glacier. Ah, mati langsung. Om Clean OP gak OP kok. Antivirus yang merah guys. Buat lawan physical damager. Tabrak aja udah, kalau main tabrak bisa tuh kita dapat nice.
Double kill. Your team destroyed a launch attack.
Oh, ini masuk bukan S ya tadi, gue kira S, ternyata Do yang masuk.
Harapan kembali tumbuh.
Ally has slain Lord. Our turret is under
Menurut lo Onyx bakal ketemu AP Brand lagi gak Konat? Yes.
killing spree.
Kemungkinan di final kecuali RRQ bisa menang dari Brand. Asumsi lolos semua ya, asumsi lolos semua. Besok RRQ menang, AP Brand menang dari Homeboys besok. Kampret. Ini dibanting-banting dari tadi. Tiap berapa jam? Dari jam 6, dari jam 6. Start jam 6, kelarnya ya sampai selesai pokoknya.
Pegang tanganku. Ayo terbang bersama menuju lautan awan. Ya.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Dia yang mengajariku terbang. Kini telah lupa caranya mengangkasa.
Astaga, gue nggak gerak sama sekali. Udah mau flicker, diangkat, angkat sampai udah pakai semua ulti ya. Kalau mau fight sebenarnya bisa banget, udah gak punya ulti banget nih. Gila lagi lo sama. Kena Glacier, kena Minoan, kena Dryer. Paling niat musuhnya. Tap layar sampai 30k pun mabar gak? Gue mau watch party kayaknya. Lagian tuh like-nya masih 1000. Jauh guys buat ke 30k. Aduh, jangan mati. Sabar, buying time.
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
An enemy has been slain.
Cici gak modar.
Dia yang mengajariku terbang. Kini telah lupa caranya mengangkasa. Hah. Ya. Hah. Jangan mendekat.
Oh, gak mati. Masas. Wah, mau mati. Lepas. Oh, kita dapat kok.
Ally has slain Lord.
Gak mabar sama si Erin lah. Gila, minunya 010 gile.
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
Mana gemoy gak tuh?
Di antara bisikan-bisikan hutan, aku mendengar harapan-harapan bergema.
Wah, gila, gue ditargetingnya sih sampai mati ya.
Melindungi.
Initiate retreat.
2 vengeance itu.
Your team destroyed our line. Shut down. Double kill.
Coy. Joy.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Vengeance-nya seger banget ya. Ulti terus, men.
Your team destroyed a turret. Initiate retreat.
Detri Cafe gak tuh namanya?
Tidak akan menyerah.
Itu si Detri itu biasa ya? Detri Cafe namanya, anjay. Baru nggak anjir Detri Cafe. Sip.
Dia yang mengajariku terbang, kini telah lupa caranya mengangkasa.
Wah, mati dong Lone Ranger dong. Atasnya gimana tuh? Aduh, retri kita mati weh. Ke Romer sih rugi banget ya. Mati itu. Atraksi apa sih Joy sih? Aku ketarik. Ketarik lagi. Udah kepegang padahal dari cloudnya. Nice. Enak aja yuk. Bisa gak ya? Awas, ada ulti nih. Pani datang. Aduh, Lone Rangernya digosok. Ini aja ini. Aduh, digosok juga. Pendapat gue tentang Layla ya bagus dong, kan banyak unique pick buat di Games of Future. Saking banyaknya kita pun jadi bingung nih, ini sebenarnya yang mau di ban siapa sih? Jadi ngeliat draft musuh aja, kalau ban si Anu, apakah ada kesempatan buat keluar hero yang satunya lagi? Kira-kira gak terlalu meta gitu loh.
Bersama menuju lautan awan.
Gila banget sih. Kok tahu ya? Emang kelihatan ya tadi aku ya. MPL jelas ada kemungkinan dong, nggak mungkin gak ada kemungkinan. Sabar Joy, jangan lepas bayangan dulu. Kalau cepet tuh. Wah, langsung mati Lone Ranger, cocok. Tak Glacier. Iya, dia main sisi semua tuh. Kita gak ada digi kayak model-model gitu. Tahan dong 10 second dong, gue hidup nih 10 second. Bentar. Itu ada Vengeance, Scare. Oke. Ini gue datang, yuk. Itu ngapain pulang, cok? Isi darahnya kan bisa di lore. Ani datang.
Dia yang mengajariku terbang,
Gue tungguin buat.
kini telah lupa caranya mengangkasa.
Minion MVP hampir MVP minionnya. Barangnya. Hati-hati. Mati semua dia. Gua gerak, gua ada damage, Damage gua gede banget nih. Aduh, damage gua gede banget tapi nge-kill Valir. Awas. Bisa sekali lagi nih, on camnya masih 15 menit guys. Masih lama. Memang kita harus belajar dengan super minion juga. Kita harus ada penyesuaian dengan super minion. Though, where are you now? Jangan dong. Sekali lagi lah. Terus kita buat Sparta cepet ya. Ah. Anjir. Bejir. Tuh kan. Wah. Gak bener ini. Gak bener, gak bener. Sana percaya dengan ini gua. Siapa tuh namanya tadi? Edit gua. Jam berapa nih mulai? Masih 15 menit guys. Halo Miss Suman, welcome. Ho 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 ho. Yo yo ho. Nggak WS lah, gue baru menang-menang terakhir-terakhir aja. Gelap.
Your team is banning. Please ban a hero.
Matilda. Guinevere lah gue lah. Capek gue lawan Guinevere guys.
Your team is picking.
I'm so sick if kids with anime. I think you should be just fine. Aku pengen pakai, sumpah gue lagi suka banget pakai edit. Lagi kece badai guys ini edit guys ya.
Aku akan melindungi dunia ini. Hutan, langit, semua.
Demi kemuliaan.
Bodoh amat gue kasih lu itu. Kalian ingat gak zaman dulu tuh ada yang namanya Nyo ya?
Kamu ingin
Main Dota 2 ya? Mana ya dia sekarang ya? Tanya anonim ah.
Roguas, muncullah. Hayabusa, siap.
The enemy is picking.
Joima udah sembuh langsung pakai Hayabusa dia.
Saatnya berburu.
Kesakitan ini adalah bukti bahwa aku masih
hanya
hidup.
cinta dan malam yang tidak akan pernah habis.
Dengan api akan kuhanguskan dunia ini.
Udah jago dia sekarang tuh.
Aku tidak pintar, tapi aku tahu apa yang aku lakukan.
Barat sih. Kita banting-banting baratnya guys. Gimana tuh juga. I was in Discord today and every single person with an anime profile picture was less than 12 years old. I mean like, it's okay because you know like anime is built or maybe written for people with for child maybe. But as we grow older, we also request some anime because it can fulfill our inner child. Inner child gitu. Om, kalau hari pakai Calamity kan intro demo masih butuh Magic Planet nggak? Masih lah. Tetap selalu butuh. Kursus bahasa Inggris di mana? Gak ada gue. Gue kalau menulis, mendengar itu triple A coy. Kalau lagi ngomong aksennya itu buat jadi B, men. Harus jadi Vrindavan gue. Aduh, sulit banget dah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
I know, but I was cringing so bad. Like, bro, it's okay, Misuman. I mean, like, that's life. That's life. You can't expect like everything will be just fine.
Jika kamu ingin terbang, bayangkan saja dirimu adalah angin.
Ini dong Tiger gak tuh? Atau 2, 3, 4 men. Halo Cecil, cepet sekali mati tuh. Jadi it's bad. No, it's not a marksman, it's roamer. And yes, she's a marksman as well, but we never use edit as a marksman. It's just like it's only to cover some damage. Sheesh. 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 Mana Bang Ril sama Kian nggak nongol? Tadi ada tadi. Because she's a tank. Pasti di tengah ya, gas aja. Dapat. Kenal barat saya dekat pakai. Ntar lah gue pakai blade dulu.
Aku memilih jalan ini atas keinginanku sendiri. Benar kan, Mardu? Seseorang pernah mengajariku terbang, tetapi sekarang dia... Waktunya terbang!
Oke. Empat. Telat terus nih.
Senantiasa melindungi hutan, meskipun aku anak dari langit.
High five all because I love jungling tuh ya. High five. Open mabar open aja. Udah coy.
mengajariku cara melihat dunia tanpa adanya kebencian.
Buset, gak gerak sama sekali, coy. Gak gerak sama sekali itu tadi. Udah 2 game gue gak gerak sama sekali. NR ya. NR. Gas aja tuh pasti bakal. Udah trauma open bumper kagak lah. Yes, all is full CC. So after buying this blade armor, I'm gonna buy a dreadnought armor as well. So we're gonna have some double safety issue.
Cara melihat dunia tanpa adanya kebencian.
Kalau dulu tuh aku berani langsung flicker onward ya, sekarang nggak berani flicker onward, bisa miss.
Jika kamu ingin terbang, bayangkan saja dirimu adalah angin.
Sih ngeselin sih, soalnya bisa sambil jalan ya. Romer tuker saya mah, Romer tuker jungler masih cuan. Iya, udah masih ngobrol-ngobrol cuy games. 1 menit ke OB. Masih lama guys, masih jam 11 baru mulai.
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
Atasnya sih ngeri banget.
Hutan mengajariku cara melihat dunia tanpa adanya kebencian.
Dah, gue tempel atas dulu ya. Adios amigos. 4 physical damager. Kita sudah membeli item yang terbaik yang bisa kita beli guys. Nah, nice. Quite easy to use. Just throw your Molina Blitz. There you go. She will be down.
Sendiri. Benar kan, Marduk? Serahkan padaku.
Ngeri banget, ngeri banget. Kenapa?
Aku akan senantiasa melindungi.
Ini kuat banget ya sekarang. Anti sisi. Aduh, dipegang. Level 4 awalnya itu kayak gak ada yang bisa stopin.
Di antara bisikan-bisikan.
Jadi kebanyakan ini sih main-main kayak gitu. Nice. Popolnya sendirian. Kupa, mana Kupa? Panggil Kupa.
Tidak masalah dari mana asalku. Yang terpenting adalah siapa diriku.
Sabar. Lihat di rumput-rumput ini ya. Ini dalam sini ada satu nih. Gue keluarin dulu deh. Saya cinta edit. Damage-nya gede banget. Tuh, lihat dia cepat sekali nih sadarnya, lihat tadi. Langsung sadar habis digigit. Terus semangat kan, terus semangat.
Harapan kembali tumbuh. Jika kamu ingin terbang, bayangkan saja dirimu adalah angin.
Bro, do you play horror games? Yes, I play horror games.
Tidak masalah dari mana asalku. Yang terpenting adalah siapa diriku.
Joy, kalau ada Barat kayaknya kita jangan maju deh. Ada Barat, ada Rudy. Nah, begal yang itu boleh lah.
Aku memilih jalan ini atas keinginanku
Kabur,
sendiri.
cuy. Permisi, punten, air panas. Guys, are you ready? 5 menit lagi, men.
Di antara bisikan-bisikan hutan, aku mendengar harapan-harapan bergema.
Really?
Jika kamu ingin terbang, bayangkan saja dirimu adalah angin. Jangan mendekat.
Aduh. Anehnya Nananya gak mati, yang mati Tigreal-nya. Hai Jovan, what's up? Lama udah kelihatan. Ini jam 11 kan, Dek?
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
Sehat-sehat, terima kasih. Gak lagi mau watch party saya abis ini. Game of Futures mau mulai. Gila gak gerak sama sekali. Di gado-gado, dirujak kita di tengah tadi. Buset. Awas ya.
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
Matinya sih mati gak enak. Kalau mati yang enak itu gua terima, men. Kalau mati gak gerak sama sekali tuh kayak, terus ngapain di tengah-tengah kita gitu kan? What's the point sekarang?
Aku akan senantiasa melindungi hutan, meskipun aku anak dari langit.
Sama gak gerak lagi, cok kena Tigreal. Molina Smooth jadi berubah, Missile Expert, Knockback. Gak gerak terus.
Initiate retreat.
Oke, sampai ini kita nonton Games of the Future juga ya abis ini ya. Ke channel YouTube gua aja tuh buat watch partinya, soalnya takut di-ban kalau di TikTok.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack.
Kalau gue sama Tigrealnya sebenarnya itemnya ya itu menang kita jauh. Aish. Itu dia men yang jengkel dari Nana. Molinanya tiba-tiba lompat gitu. Mulai jam 11:05 lah.
Our turret is under attack. Initiate retreat. Request backup.
Besok baru tim Indo main, hari ini gak ada tim Indo main.
Pegang tanganku. Ayo terbang bersama waktunya terbang.
Double kill. Launch attack.
Nice lah, tukar 2 ya udahlah ya.
The enemy has slain Lord. Initiate retreat.
Kita bergantung dengan Cecil tengah nih. Semoga dia bisa membawa kita menuju kemenangan. Adik-adik semuanya. I will eat myself if you win. We're gonna win this. We're not losing the game. It's only like we are losing some tempo, so we lose the team fight. Other than that, I think like we still have this Sicilian. We still have Popol and Koopa. So if I'm not getting stun lock, I'm gonna get them all for sure. Gak gerak lagi dong. Apa sih? Look at that, right? The Xbox is so good, man. So yeah. Albert God bagus tau, jago dia. Meskipun ada momen blazing duet di belakang terus maju ke depan ya gak apa-apa lah, cuma satu lah ya. Tapi sisanya haritnya bagus, cloudnya bagus. Itu harus bisa di-respect sama musuh-musuhnya.
Aku tidak akan menyerah.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Jangan mendekat.
I think it's Xbox and Sicilian. Sicilian can't die right now. If he die, we're gonna lose the game. If he's not dying, we still have the chance to win this game, of course.
Request backup.
Wah. Wah, holy sh. Oh, dia sih nungguin aku terus dari tadi. Winter gak tuh? Winter si AJG satu tuh. Winter gak tuh dia? Sini aja yuk. Serius kita perang di sana yuk. Jangan Ash, Joy. Sabar dulu. Ini ditungguin banget sama dia loh. Itu sisi semua lagi nih kita lawan nih. Xbox is our last hope with Sicilian. If he can take the beat here, I hope so. If he's not dying, okay, he's dying. He's dying for sure. He's dead. Dead or no? He's dead or no? Ah. Do they start?
Pegang tanganku. Ayo terbang bersama menuju lautan awan.
Nope.
Launch attack. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat.
Jangan mendekat.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Pergilah, penjajah.
Initiate retreat.
Tidak masalah dari mana
Monster kill.
yang terpenting adalah siapa diriku.
Shut down. The enemy has slain more.
Boleh kita tukar-tukar sama dua hero lumayan.
Launch attack.
Gak bisa gerak sama sekali gue dari tadi.
Seseorang telah mengajariku terbang, tetapi
Aduh, tiga tuh.
ayo Margo.
Barat saya emang tebel.
Mengajariku
Kalau keculik sekali aja gue gak bisa bantu.
tanpa adanya kebencian.
Pokok men. Ribet nih musuh nih.
Seseorang telah mengajariku terbang, tetapi sekarang dia.
Initiate retreat.
Aku memilih jalan ini atas keinginanku sendiri. Benar kan, Marduk?
Request backup.
Jika kau tak ingin terbang, bayangkan saja dirimu adalah angin.
Wah, multi.
Initiate retreat.
Nice man.
Initiate retreat. Request backup.
Akhirnya aku bisa setup coy. Gila dari tadi cari setupnya. Wah, gak dapet.
Di antara bisikan-bisikan hutan, aku mendengar harapan-harapan bergema.
Lah Barat sih jago ya Baratnya ya. Play lu ya. Although you guys have a good chance. Oh, you caster Indo, yes. I'm on the talent desk, I believe. Banget nih, imo nih gimana nih? Look at my damage. Aduh, ditarik terus. Holy, what is that, man? I can't even move 1 inch, dude. Finally. Why? Kenapa kita yang dimakan? Gila. Tapi edit juga bagus. Kalau edit itu punya momentum buat di late game, guys. Tiga win. Thank you. I watch. Thank you. Guys, kita nonton Games of the Future di channel YouTube-nya bawah. I'll see you lagi ya. Udah mau mulai, guys. Oke, udah. Ampun. Thank you. Udah mulai, guys, let's go. Kamu jangan pergi dong. Di sini aja. Sunshine. Wih gila, sunshine.
Fans of Muay Thai. It's like kind of similar for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know actually. I have no idea. So maybe you're right. You know, who knows? Yeah, maybe we can ask them later on. I'll ask the Filipinos out there. Yeah. So,
Suaranya di mana?
I've seen this team, War Barbie, many times. Sometimes in the battlefield actually, when we're technically up against them with your team, and now playing for Games of the Future. What can we say about them?
No,
What else can we say about
I'm
Fireflux?
watching.
I mean, there's not much to say. Pretty strong team. Very good. I always like that Turkish teams. Actually, they have some kind of unique play style, which like think less, act more type of thing, and it's not a bad thing because like in a game, thinking is actually way too slow. You gotta like more rely on the reflexes and your like inner I don't know how to say, inner feeling of the game, let's say. Instincts, yeah, and they seems like playing the game from that perspective, which is, in my opinion, very good and very fast and very hard to train.
Yeah, I think for Fireflux, when you said that they have their unique play style, I think surely we can like relate them to when they were playing the Estes or the healing or the support kind of lineup when back in the days. But I think that they've developed that.
Satu yang aku kecewa yaitu gak ada yang namanya Yin, man, kita butuh yin.
When they were playing the Estes or the healing or the support kind of lineup when back in the days, but I think that they've developed that kind of playstyle already. It's no longer the same. It's like you said,
If you eat your fingernail, you're gonna be Yuji Itadori.
now they're taking advantage of their highly mechanical players. For example, Tianzi is improving a lot when it comes to his mechanics, and he's now a very scary player. And also, obviously, Rosa. Rosa has always been one of my favorite players after seeing him play during M4. The way that he's aggressive and the way that he's dominating his lane. And I think that now with this playstyle coming out on Flux, we can feel that they are taking full advantage of their mechanical skill. Now, when we compare them together, this is the part where you can make your predictions already, right, for Barbie? Because for me, I think that Flux has a little bit more advantage just because of their chemistry and the way that they're playing. Obviously, Burnix Flash is a very strong team, but I think that in this particular matchup, Flux might be the team that can win it. But how about you? What do you think will be the matchup here?
It's a good question. I think the Flux have the let's put it this way, similar and predictable play style. But it doesn't mean it's easy to counter. Like, it's easy to understand what your enemy going to do, but if you are in a game actually up against this kind of players, the tempo, the volume, the pressure they do on you, it's kind of a lot for you. Even though you knew this going to happen, it's still nothing changes that you knew that. So this is kind of that kind of matchup, in my opinion. Burn can
let's go.
I think different play styles.
Siapakah lawan Onyx?
It's better to have maybe one super effective weapon instead of a lot of medium.
Kalau mic-nya si War Barbie itu pakai Blue Yeti, guys.
Because you still gonna win with
Blue Yeti modelnya kayak gitu.
One, even though it's only one. So I think it's kind of this thing, how good Burn could adapt to the Flux play style, I think. But on a different perspective, I saw them playing latest digital games, I guess, from this. There was a meta, you remember, Angela and Uranus skipping the lane, and insane sustainability meta. And if I'm not mistaken, they were playing this kind of thing with the carry, and it was good. So it was kind of different play style, and they performed good with it. So it's really hard to judge. It's I think it's the type of matchup when
let's go. Ini lawannya 4 PH, men. 4 PH, 1 luar. Gak logis, gak logis.
I guess Flux have the upper hand in this one.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to wait any longer, War Barbie, because now we have the draft for game number 1 of Burnix Flash going up against Flux.
Dia respect ya, dia ban hero favoritnya Rosa.
A very strong hero, and Rosa, a player that can actually really play this kind of hero, your poke kind of mages. He excels in that. Remember when he was playing all those Farsa, those Eves. Right now he's playing for this role wherein he's sitting back and exciting stuff. And so I think the Novaria just is such a good ban. But apart from that, any other heroes that you should be banning out against Flux Esports?
No, I think you just ban heroes which is uncomfortable just for you, against you. It's not like you should ban some certain player who plays some kind of hero. You just need to ban the hero itself, which is uncomfortable and might be picked, because Flux has such wide variety of hero pool. So it's I think it's trying to ban one of the players, it's unnecessary.
Okay. Yeah, understandable. The fairness is going to be there. Look at Burnix Flash just banning out all of those Rosa heroes. Just shut down the main player from Flux Esports. Like I said, the uncomfortable heroes. At least
Matilda ban ini yang lastnya ya. Owl ya. Owl ini banyak hero-nya sih. Bisa pakai Harit juga, bisa ada Cloud juga.
Do you think that Assassins will be opened up in this game? And if so, who's gonna take who? Who's gonna take the Joy? Who's gonna take Nolan?
I think Firefly's gonna take the Joy, but the first pick is in Burnix Flash, so they might try to go with like Ruby and give the Joy. I don't know, but it's still a good idea.
Kemarin pakai Barat juga.
By the way.
Ayolah TNC, keluarin Amon kamu TNC. Atau enggak Yin. Saya percaya ini adalah tim yang bisa mengeluarkan Yin. Ayo TNC.
Because of that ban, I think that's really what we can expect. So
and it's like now it's Ruby, Arlott, and the Joy are open, so it's like 3 heroes. They can give Joy. I mean, they can give Ruby probably for burn and take Arlott and Joy maybe.
Yeah.
So we'll see what prioritizes.
Yeah, I think if you're Fireflux, only ban Joy. So they open up the Nolan here for Burnix Flash.
Yeah, Nolan, Rube, Arlott are open.
Yeah.
Si War Barbie suka banget ya sama Arlott ya. Gue dengerin dia mention Arlott terus.
What would you ban here?
I mean,
what would you first pick here?
It's hard to tell. Like if they go for Nolan, if Fireflux take Ruby and Arlott, it's going to be so hard for Nolan to play, to breathe. Even now you gotta like snowball from the early game. Try to snowball from the early game. They go for Ruby like, and now if Fireflux goes for Nolan, it's going to be
Nolan, Chino.
Nolan. It's like it's only on paper. It's only on paper. You can still go for Nolan and outplay the Ruby. So that's always a factor. It's not like it's it's like a classic. Like let them go funny. I'm gonna pick Hufra. And what? it doesn't mean you're gonna counter the funny with, or like let them pick Lancelot. I'm gonna go Hufra. It's not work like that.
Okay, yeah, I understand. But Fireflux Esports, they might. They will go for the Nana. A hero that
baru
can
kena
actually
adjustment.
answer assassins in a way, because I always say that Nana is a mage that not scared about assassins, because you have the passive anyway. So if you get bursted, you still have the passive, and also your Molina is actually very strong against assassins. Like if you time it well, it's easy to control the assassin. So that's that. And an immediate Claude from Fireflux.
Deny pick.
And the Nolan is still open, and the Arlott, like I like the energy of that kind of draft when like Burn wanted to kind of dictate the narrative of the draft, and Fireflux kind of don't even bother to think about this kind of stuff and just pick what they want. This is a good sign of confidence.
Yeah. Well, Burnix Flash will just pick up the Vexana because they know that there's no Valentina potential anymore from Fireflux Esports, so they're okay picking up the Vexana this time. Okay, a decent laner compared to the Nana. Fredrin is their choice for their utility jungler. Although there's a chance that this can be flexed, but for now that's what they wanted to pick up. I do feel that just imagine if Burnix Flash secures the Arlott eventually.
Masih Fredrin
Look at the combo. You have Fredrin plus the
buat lawan
so
Ruby
much
guys.
CC. So that means that the Arlott
Kalau kalian lihat ada Ruby Xbox rame, ya udahlah itu salahkan si Ruby kalau ada Xbox-nya.
What's up with this? Everyone is just picking up Xbox recently.
Yeah. Why not? I mean, it's a strong hero. It's like we discussed about the Ruby. It's not that. I mean, it's flashy, of course, when it's like spins and explodes. It's flashy, but I mean, he cannot burst the target really fast, and he's more like of support kind of things, damage support. Like I don't know, when he builds the slow, he shines. Yeah. I think it's because of the Ruby and the Fredrin. Just burn the front lane, slow them down, make for your team the opportunities for better attacks, and nobody prioritizes Arlott and Nolan, and that's actually understandable. That's like we discussed earlier. It's the player who plays the hero, right? It's not the hero who wins the game. So you can't go for like just good hero on paper if you can't play it.
And a very smart pickup here coming out from Burnix Flash. They banned out the Tigreal because it's a hero that also allows the wombo combo, the big combos that we have. Like, imagine like the Tigreal with Nana, the ultimate, the last insanity, and as well as the Blazing Duet. It's just a big AoE coming out from Fireflux Esports, and you don't want to have that if you're Burnix Flash. So yeah, it's a good ban.
And the front laner are easy to catch, like Fredrin and Ruby, kind of easy to make implosion on them. Like yesterday's, we, as you said, as you mentioned, we casted different groups, and there was match Twisted Minds versus who I kind of
Twisted Minds
forgot, but they was winning unexpectedly winning all of the game against Blacklist, I guess, and then implosion four people implosion, actually like almost 5 people implosion completely changed the game, and the game was finished right there. That was so unfortunate. So I get the Tigreal ban, and it's always the factor, like, you know, Atlas Tigreal, these kind of ultimates can always 180 the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Oke, no bugs ya, no ini bla 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 Nathan Cloud Brody sih. Kemarin si All Brody-nya ngeri banget. Itu pasti Brody. 85%. Kalau Amon nggak bisa Martis. Mino ada kan? Oke, masih ada Mino. Ini Brody nih, Brody guys. Lihat ya. 3, 2, 1, Brody. Boom.
I do feel that Burnix Flash can consider taking Arlet and then maybe
Brody
a hard carry at the late game that can go up against this Claude. So probably a carry, actually.
Carry?
If they want a 1-1.
Carry, it seems like they
Brody
want them to pick
Arlet
carry.
Brody?
But if they go for carry, they like kind of all of melee damage type of heroes, like, you know, short range. So maybe this is going to be big if Xborg going to get his slow pretty fast, maybe second.
Kenapa Wanon nggak laku? Yang pertama pasifnya dia udah jelek banget ya. Terlalu slow Bruno. Oke. Oke, aku kira tadi mau Brody ya.
And as expected, it's the Arlot. Imagine there's a lot of crowd control.
Ruby Arlot, Fredrin, Vexana. Ini mau goyang gimana nih? Minim ya, minim 3 Purify guys. Kalau nggak ada Purify atau 2 Purify lah. Cloud udah pasti Purify. Mino lah, udahlah Mino lah. Gedein aja deh. Mino lah.
That's what I wanted to bring up as well, because there needs to be someone in the front lines, right?
But Rafaela is good as well, just like you mentioned. Maybe even Angela as well. Like just slow them down, and in this kind of
One lompatnya pendek banget.
Burn are going to rely heavily on the like Ruby's I'm Offended plus Flicker and the Phantom Slash of Arlot plus Flicker, initiation and fast kill. But hey, there's a Minotaur here.
Well done, War Barbie. It makes a lot of sense why they picked it up, because it's like we said, the crowd control and the front lining for the team, and this is a very comfortable.
Kalian mau nonton yang Indo atau mau nonton yang Inggris, guys?
Lineup that Fireflux likes to pick up. They want to group up together and just.
LVJ itu mantan dari Execration, betul. Dari Execration, mid laner. Kemarin nggak mati sama sekali tuh game 1, sadar nggak?
Minotaur from the side of Burnix Flash, but I'm thinking just like surely they have these sustainable or ramp kind of damage, right? They don't have the big bursts. Of course,
it's like grinder versus grinder.
Exactly, which we know that the Minotaur really likes to play, right? So I think you know, all things considered, I do feel that it's Fireflux that has the better draft.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this way as well. The only thing Fireflux need to be careful is to not get snowball, because if they do, Minotaur suddenly gonna tank zero tankiness. He's going to be zero tankiness, and he's gonna be focused while casting his ultimate. So this is basically the only thing they need to watch out for.
Yeah, I will agree with you. So now it's Burnix Flash very important.
Fix ya Mino ya tadi last picknya ya.
We know that they also play a mean late game, right? At least when it comes to just when we're just like talking about the overall play style of the team.
Pantesan jago gila, udah pernah juara MSC.
I think they are focused around mid.
Tuh lihat, ini full CC, ini sama kayak yang tadi gua main nih. Semuanya full CC, tapi kalau CC-nya udah keluar semua itu bisa dibalikin. Syaratnya harus ada tumbal ya. Tumbalnya nanti nih Mino. Romer udah pasti ditumbal men. Bagusnya Mino, dia tuh anti CC. Dia bisa telan dulu sebelum dia meninggoy. Cuman Minosia kalau knock up-nya nggak kejadian sebelum dia mati, wah itu darurat men. Ini serius sama nih kayak gue main tadi nih, full CC musuhnya, full CC.
Gold shell is going to be farmed. Arlott can safely farm his almost level 4, but here the burn team goes into the turtle to help his teammate to get safe level 4. And here some exchanges trying to get Firaga Armon out of the X-Planer, not being able to do, and maybe, no, Last Insanity wasn't popped, and the Firaga Armor is down, and that's opened a good opportunity to pressure the Turtle here. Almost level 4 though, Minotaur, the Manon's Rage, and here the Phantom Slash plus Flicker going to initiate straight on the Nana, proccing her passive, forcing to use Flicker and go back. Meanwhile, Fredrin getting the Turtle, and the fight continues. The burn is stacked up on the Arlott, I mean the Xbox burn, stacked up through damage, and Arlott is dead. And there's an opportunity to farm some gold on the bot lane, or probably Xborg gonna decide to go back and regen his Firaga, and that's exactly what he's doing. But that's a pretty solid start from Flux Esports here. But if you look on the gold chart, it's kind of only like 500 gold, so that's not very much, but that's at least something. That's a not bad start from the experience perspective. And the ultimate is not ready on the Minotaur yet. Here's some aggression from the Fredrin on the enemy jungler, which is Mark is going to probably rotate the X-Plane here. On the X-Plane, there's some exchanges as well between the laners, but gold lane is probably the one who's being focused here.
Ups, full CC dipegang, down run. Eternal Guard masih sempat naik ke atas. No! Wah, Apex-nya selamat. Nah ini nih yang gue bilang nih tadi. Kalau Minonya sempat buat knock up, it's okay. Itu baik-baik saja. Kalau Minonya dalam proses knock up ke atas, terus tiba-tiba dia tumbang, minusnya gede banget. Hampir sama lah kayak Edit sebenarnya ya.
Wow, I'm just amazed on the decision making from Apex 47. He waited for the flicker to move forward so that Vexana ultimate will not hit him, so he survives and actually hits 3 heroes. That's why there's a little bit of a spell vamp in there. And then he went out because of the Quantum Charge, walking it off. That's amazing coming out from Apex 47. Really, really good plays.
And Burn is Flash overall very, very good at using Bruno early game potential. That's exactly what you want to do. This is like Popol and Koopa type of heroes who fast pushes the turret, so you kind of want to use all of this potential, and that's exactly going to happen. On top lane is being pushed already, and probably we're gonna see some lane swap right now.
Yeah, and Burnix Flash, even after having 2 deaths, will be leading for now. Oh, Imir ATM going for Rosa. Rosa, they have the passive. It's not being done by Minoan, by the Minotaur, and look at that, Imir ATM is punished. Rindo eventually takes over this turtle, the objective.
Rosa juga gak pecah armornya.
Who takes it? It's Rindo to take the turtle. But then again, Fireflux did not lose any of their heroes.
Yeah, but it was kind of winning the time for the team to take the turtle, prioritize the turtle. And Bruno rotating from the top lane. Last Insanity used defensively, but in the last second used kind of offensively. And
wah gila, Fireflux sih. Bagus banget tim fight-nya. Rapi.
Bruno almost killing him, but not quite enough. It could be a good kill, but Martis isn't finished yet, and no, only turret is being pressured.
Mati gak sih sendirian?
They don't have many minions anymore. KLVJ wants to survive but cannot do so. Good juggling, in fact, from Fireflux Esports. They're playing so well, 5-0 at the start of this game. And Even after that, though, I gotta say, Burning Splash, because of their macro, they are equalizing the gold.
Tapi Burn sih kemungkinan menang ya. Jujur kalau makronya ini masih dipegang sama Burn Flash. Tapi kalau team fight kayak begini, lama-lama sebenarnya bisa dikejar. Team fightnya Fire Flux ini ngandelin level sama item. Kalau itemnya udah sama, terus sudah unggul dari Burn Flashnya, Fire Fluxnya bisa dibalikin semua.
Like you want to use it, you want to create the tower falls and the map control, and I like the mana boot as well on the Bruno actually.
Yeah, but even when it comes to the gold, when it comes to kills, Fireflux Esports have their own advantage. Bottom lane, just a little bit of pressure put out by Burning Splash, but with 4 members of Fireflux, there will not be any happenings around. Could be a little bit in the mid lane as the Cloud will just go for a double lane setup.
Yeah, he need to recover his farm a lot, because and the top lane is being pushed by the Arlet. Minions are already dying under the turret, and Cloud taking like super safe rotation, but Mine on Fury with the flicker gonna focus down this Bruno, and the Vexana's ultimate actually hitting 2 people. Mini Lord is spawned, getting aggroed by the Exborg and just retreated.
Yeah. Turtle fight still ensues for Fireflux. I'm your ATM onto the back lines. No more Mino and Fury, but they did take out Owl. And Alien is taking a lot of damage. Fighter Slash not gonna quite.
Itu sakit banget tuh Alien, gila.
Actually chunking down this Fredrin low, but the Fredrin still gets it. Rindo takes the turtle and then runs away to safety. Fireflux Esports.
Like all the team just step his ultimate.
Tapi gak ada masalah sih karena topnya diambil sama Cloud.
Taking top turret. That's exactly what he wanted to. It's like 4 minions on top, double ballista and the tower, and he goes jungle, and he really need to recover his farm while his team is going to kind of stop Bruno for this from this snowball, and that's exactly what is happening here.
A little bit of an exchange there from both teams, and if we're looking at the gold laners, Sunshine is catching up a little bit, but he still is 1,000 gold behind the Bruno. Be a little bit of a pause.
Lah kok begitu?
And I do like what I'm seeing from both teams, in fact, because you're seeing Fireflux play well when it comes to their initiations, their micro gameplay, but when it comes to the overall macro, the objective, the taking potential, definitely gonna be siding towards Burnix Flash. So that's the difference in playstyle between the 2 teams that we have right now, or Barbie.
Yeah, and it's unexpected to see, because Fireflux has the Cloud, which has the upper hand in terms of rotation, and maneuvering around the map and farming. And he's the one who should kind of split push, like we saw on the top lane, but he needed to do it kind of a little bit earlier, so he wouldn't have this kind of gold disadvantage from the Bruno. But on the other hand, they have the Exborg, which farmed already 2 items, and his thing now, he underestimated Burn underestimated Exborg on the bot lane, tried to kill him, and he wanted to retreat using his infinity, but he's like, wow, I'm actually doing damage. So he's returned and exploded on 2 people, and eventually they are dead. So Exborg here is going to be a factor, because third item he might go for either immortality of the or the Queen's Wand, but who knows? We'll see. If he gets this slow earlier, it's going to be a problem for Bird.
Yeah.
Mana nih dia nih?
You know, when we're looking at the particular clashes, it's very micro intensive. Even the positioning coming out from Minotaur, and the timing is just all so crucial, and that's what you have to watch out.
Besok lebih panjang lagi loh. Besok lebih sampai tengah malam lagi besok.
Slowly and surely, we're gonna find out what are the next steps for both teams. Seems like the power of this Vexana is that you can poke, but when it comes to commit, here comes TNZ. He takes a 1, actually Rosa to get the last hit, but that means that they will be able to get 1 hero. That's a lot of damage indeed.
Yeah, Ruby cannot tank, and slowly it seems like, Nas Phantom Slash gonna proc down Firaga armor and try to actually hit him after the roll, but he used the flicker to safety.
Yeah. That is Immortality, if I'm not mistaken, from Alien. 1-0-4. And
Gila belum ada yang
to
kepick ya.
really look out
Sampai
for
menit
these
10 nih.
final slashes. So far, Ymir ATM has been a little bit 50-50 when it comes to connecting, but when he hits, it's always very impactful.
Selamat datang Joy Keo.
Like, 1.5 or 2 more minutes and Burn are gonna have a lot of problems because Nana gonna burst them down. 3 melee heroes can be countered by the Manon's Rage and the Axborg. So I don't know, looks kind of bad for me for Burn.
We'll see.
Diangkat ke atas. Ada
Ada
follow up. Wah, line up.
They're not committing the ultimate just yet. But that is going to be one out. Your ATM is out. Tienzi wants to go for Rindo. But that means that
Hati-hati langsung
retreat the
menuju ke
healing
Isekai
as well as the
juga.
initiations coming up from Apex 47 becoming on point. Lord Dan still ensues. And Fireflux may have controlled this first Lord.
That's very nice from Tienzi to not go for the Rindo here, to trying to finish him off, just like we discussed the rhythm control. Just went for the safe Lord and now attack on Ruby, gonna dodge the I'm offended.
Sunshine udah punya golden stuff.
As well, and,
Sudah sakit kawan-kawan semuanya.
For the jungle kill.
Ini udah tinggal dikit lagi eksekusi kelar nih kayaknya.
Yeah. Well done from Fireflux Esports. Burnix Flash yet to get a kill. And we did say that there will be a little bit of a problem for Burnix Flash to find the kills because of the sustain of Fireflux. Maybe when Owl is online, that's when they can find their openings. For now, Burnix Flash, all they can do is to defend.
Yeah, and they are doing it quite well, using Vixana's ultimate though on the mid lane, but still securing the defense. The Arlot on top is being bursted down by the Martis and the blazing duet of Claude, and the bottom lane tower as well. Lord is working on the minions, trying to going for, I mean, he obviously gonna go for.
Halo Satria, selamat datang kembali. Timnya Zone udah pulang. KBG. Malah di pressure sama Fireflux ya.
The Lord is still available. Owl is there. In comes the hook, but that's Apex 47.
Serius?
Nah, that's kind of late because I mean you should use it a little bit earlier to not let Burn death the Lord and potentially go for the turret. But now you have the second wave of mega minions, but the Fireflux actually decided to kind of retreat, even though they have Manon Raids, they have Flicker on the Minotaur. In my opinion, they should try to went for mid and for bot again, but wherever they decided to go safely and farm a little bit, that's understandable. I wouldn't say that's a mistake because they have such a great advantage in terms of draft here, so they don't need to rush things.
Yeah, can just relax for now.
Yeah, relax.
But now we're looking at eventually the damage item from Alien. I mean, Alien has been very active in this map, and we didn't even notice that he's actually well farmed now. He's 7.9k compared to 6.1k of Ymir ATM. Just like that, you know? And it would look like Alien is just, you know, always getting taken out, or the Firaga armor always being popped by Burnix Flash. But because he's always in the fight, he's already up with 3 items, and that's very important for the Firefly.
Rosa cowok.
Yeah, I'm just now thinking.
Pertanyaan macam apa tuh? Tanya dia sendiri lah.
I don't know, they not doing much here. It seems like the Lunox maybe wouldn't been better because they kind of need this front lane damage to be able to compete in terms of this grinder. I'm offended, plus the Flicker and the Vixana follows with the hero.
Wah, dibalikin men. Cloudnya mana Cloudnya? Cloud.
His own ultimate and the last insanity follows all of them. And the 4
dapat
people
semua
are
team wipe.
down,
Team wipe guys, team wipe.
only one
Game 1 Fireflux. Game 1 Fireflux.
But turret's gonna fall probably by the back door here, and the mid lane is gonna fall, and it might be a GG here.
It might be GG.
It should be GG lah, bukan might be lagi.
Rosa even commits the flicker for this one. They're zoning out Rindo. The defense will not be enough.
Fireflux loh yang dapat game 1 loh.
When you said that they should that they are acting more than they're thinking. This time, I think they're thinking while they're acting. Their decisions are smart. They're so efficient, man.
Yeah, super great. I mean, they won this game in terms of drafting. From my perspective, the only way to win the game for the Burn, it's like early pressure, more aggression, trying to use that Bruno, which they did actually on top, but then he get like ganked 2 times and they couldn't maintain this kind of pressure, and there's the point when Firefly equalized and eventually prevail.
Nah, bilang ke Gio, hawa-hawa 2-1 Gio.
I mean, like, it's literally one team fight that we can see, but through the highlights, it's always Apex 47. I think he is bona fide the MVP for this game. Look at his.
Nah, Apex itu Minonya agak liben juga tadi.
But you're gonna see
Aku diem.
back to back. He is
sabar.
consistently hitting all of his shots, and also Alien. Alien is also on point. Look at that. Apex 47 was utilizing the flicker. It's always on point.
Super great, but that's kind of like, that's a good stuff. All of CC went just in the face of Martis, but they didn't.
Ini yang terakhir nih kalau lihat cloud-nya tadi kan.
And the counter attack with Manon Rage was so on point, and the last Infinity Plus blazing.
Cloud-nya datang cuma masuk. Tapi kill VJ memang nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Terlalu banyak ya. Karena tadi juga dia lawannya Cloud. Kemarin tuh yang gue ingat dia mati 0 itu gak ada lompat ke sampingnya.
Unbelievable. And we can see MVP is TNZ 6-0-4. Maybe because he dealt the most damage when it comes to damage spread, but I think that there's so many other good plays that you saw from other players from Fireflux. I mean, I'm not downplaying what TNZ was able to do, because his aggression actually opened up the map so much for Fireflux. But Apex 47 as well as Alien, the way that they're dominating.
Yeah, Alien, I agree on the Alien.
So good. So yeah, I mean, we were so impressed about what this export was able to do in this game.
Yeah, but more like I'm impressed by the draft. It seems like Fireflux knew what Burn want to draft, and they kind of in advance drafted the heroes who are going to be super uncomfortable, because 3 melee heroes, which is like Ruby, Fredrin, and Arlott, are actually not that high on mobility. I mean, they have some jumps, they have some mobility, but
Erik baru saja memberikan 25.000 buat ronda malam.
Wah, terima kasih Erik. Gile. Aku dengar cekrik langsung keluar dari kamar, men. Lagi merem-merem dikit.
And
thank you guys.
In terms of draft, I think Fireflux went like there is a place where they the most, and later it came only the.
Orangnya ada sih. Apa kita keluarin aja itunya kali ya? Ada kan?
I do like how they utilize this composition that they have. It's more the sustain side, and the way that
let's go.
Around the map was just way too good. And there was also a time where they
gimana kabar? Lama nggak bersua kita, men. Tolong ya kalau ada GeoTV ya, GeoTV di HLTV ya, Erik ya. Erik Sujatno, gila, terakhir kali kita makan di mana tuh terakhir kali tuh? Sampai lupa saya.
Their macro in the early stages of the game was actually really good. Like, even when they're losing like 5 of their heroes, they're still taking over the map. They're still winning when it comes to the.
Oh iya, di mana tapi lupa aku itunya. Apa sih namanya?
Bigger objectives, like when the Lord timing is there, that is when they suffered, because
sekarang kerja apa sekarang? Masih timbal, T-well. Kerja apa sekarang, Rick?
But I think in order to win, Burns should do even more. Like, they should.
Kemarin Burn X Flash lawan mereka lawan Onyx kan, setahu kan. Onyx lumayan keteteran loh. Nggak, udah gak jadi reporter e-sport lagi. Kecewa loh.
Against this kind of draft wasn't enough, absolutely, because
ada Fnatic main nih, coy.
Like I mentioned sometimes, let's say Esmeralda, for example, right? Sometimes it's kind of hero who run around, killing everyone and being tanky, and nobody can focus her, yeah? But sometimes is a type of hero who deals no damage and actually being focused pretty easily. So this is exactly this type of situation for Burnix Flash. They have three heroes, who is Ruby, Fredrin, and Arlott. They might be
masih di
heroes
Japos.
who is
Asik lah.
unbeatable and
Dia masih
killing
pantengin game
everyone.
bisa nggak ngerti ya Vigo.
On the other hand, they might be the heroes who deal in
Apa ya Robert Gaming yang bagus sekarang ya? Lo sekarang main apa sih? E-sport ya masih ya? Kalau bukan e-sport, lo bisa angkat ini. Kalau gue kasih saran ya, yang lagi rame itu DLC Elden Ring. Wede. Atau kalau buat hari Minggu ini, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth tuh keluar tuh. Kalau TFT aku terus terang nggak ngikutin TFT. Soalnya hampir sama kayak Magic Chess coy. Kagak membantu perkembangan karir. Helldivers juga bagus itu kalau lo mau angkat. Wah, Helldivers terbaik men. For democracy. Main aku itu, tapi lu bisa angkat yang ini juga kayak oke, ini Helldiversnya udah bintang 5 ya gamenya ya. Apa iya PS sudah mau berhenti jualan konsol, pengen buat game aja? Iya. Siapa tahu dia jadi Sega ya kan. Akhirnya pemenangnya siapa? Xbox. Piye. Ya wis, ora piye.
Onyx destroyed them in back-to-back games in the early stages, but they recovered. And in this case, it's also true. Fireflux just didn't let go of the pressure, and they overwhelmed the side of Burnix Flash. So I think now we can really say that there are the problem that Burnix Flash is suffering from now is
itu disimpan nggak buat minggu depan? Banyak lah. Ya Elden itu yang gue bahas tadi, Elden. Tapi nggak tahu sih. Kayaknya kalau pembaca kayak itu kurang deh ya. Lebih ke bocil-bocil kan. Bahas inilah Games of the Future. Indonesia juara Games of the Future. Nah itu bagus tuh, topik yang ini bagus nih. Seminggu ini ada. Minggu depan topiknya jelas dong, MPL minggu 1 sampai minggu 9 gak sih?
Yeah, I agree on this one. They kind of didn't understood their like own draft and the enemy draft. So in my eyes, Burnix Flash had this like early to mid game draft. So the spike of power spike, let's say, of their draft is
masih masuk.
Early to mid range of the game, while Fireflux's draft seems like leaning towards mid to late game. Of course, they have like this Wixana who can like late game maybe do a little bit more, but how do you expect to win this kind of draft in the late game? That is the question, and it goes to like no aggression early, like so. They not understanding that they are on the clock because they fighting against clock, because late games they probably gonna lose just because they never gonna kill anyone, and the enemy are having so much better grinder of the front lane basically. So they should understand this, and they like kind of should play all in, and then trying to make like 8-minute lord going into inhibitor turret, something like that. So not understanding it, or maybe like, you know, the situation when they understand it but they kind of like think it's going to be different and hoping for the best.
Yeah, I think I do understand what you just said. So, with all things considered here for Burnix Flash, it's more about their understanding, or you know, like troubleshooting along the way. There's nothing you can do anymore about the draft anymore because it's already done.
Caster kok gak ada Wong Indo? Oh, ada Wong Indo. Cuman lagi dengerin orang bule belajar bahasa Inggris. Jadi caster gampang atau susah? Wah, kalau semakin panjang jam terbang, ya biasanya kan semakin biasa ya. Jadi yang susah itu jadi gampang. Cobain aja. Banyak yang bilang jadi caster itu gampang. Silahkan mencoba guys ya. Gue pengen tahu. Ntar kasih gue hasilnya ya. Dau, kamu kan tahu ini adalah channel untuk menidurkan orang nih.
Yeah. He cannot just be there in the front lane. He cannot. And But the funny part is that Bruno actually had the snowball. Like we witnessed him going more than 1k gold on the Claude, having two of his main items, which is Husk Claws and the Berserker Rage, and like Burn should like flip the switch at that point, like kind of run with Bruno and try to like gank more using of his damage and potential, but they kind of didn't do that, and eventually Flux like ganked him like 2 times, killed him on a bot lane, and later in the game, and he's done.
Yeah, I do. I think if we look back at that game, there's so many things that we can really pinpoint, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. So this is some things that we can actually prescribe to Burnix Flash, because I think that game, it didn't look close in right up during the first Lord onwards, right? Remember when there was a little bit of a pause? Right after the pause, it looked really one-sided already. It was quick afterwards. But before the pause, we saw that it was a little bit close. We're not saying that it was because of the pause that Flux was able to win. But it's just that it just coincided with that factor. But yeah, what I'm trying to say here is there was a big flip of the switch when we saw the timings out there coming out from Fireflux, and this speaks volumes to the in-game knowledge that we can see from Fireflux, because it kind of felt like they knew their timing.
Udah berapa lama jadi caster? Ya kalau berapa lama gua ya? Gua dari 2016, berapa tahun tuh? 8 tahun ya, anggapnya 7 tahun lah, nggak? Lumayan lama lah. Nyawang bule 2 iki kok ngantuk ya? Kan ono nyawangi aku ae lah, lapo nyawangnya bule-bule. Sawang ono aku rek.
They are actually not pressuring us that much, so we can kind of like that's fine.
Lihat-lihatin.
That's fine, but
we saw that
like
kita.
5 kills is like a lot from the start of the game. Maybe Burn tried to play more aggressively, eventually doing mistake, which resulted them of being picked. Just like on Xborg, like two people going for the Xborg, trying to kill him, but actually not understanding he gonna lost insanity and full stacks and explosion, and that's 2 casualties for you.
Yeah. So,
sampai ketok lo, mosok tuh.
I think that if Burnix Flash
Wis ngono lah pokoknya lah. Wingi aku bareng nge-cast tapi yo nggak sampai wengi jam sak mene. Saiki wis wayane turu lah. Wayahe. Iki mek sak game tok ya. Bari ini lek wis mari wis gini turu kabeh lah. Saya sak match maneh. Tapi nek aku mbok sawer ya wis piye? Sak kancing ya. Misi pindah dulu. Ini bocil kamera gua gak ada, men. Ciarin bisa jadi bocil kamera hilang. Caster punya tantangan dewe-dewe MLB visit. Tuh, si Eric paling mengerti tuh reporter lapangan pada zamannya, men.
Remember, but otherwise, beside that, he didn't do a lot.
Sudah ngene ki, pada ngerti bahasa Jawa. Kan ake wong Jawa, Pak. Eric kuwi yo wong Jawa. Yang kuwi yo wong Jawa.
And this is interesting because Fireflux now bans out the Novaria, even when it was Burnix Flash that banned the Novaria in first game. But if you recall, KelVJ actually plays really good Novaria, so they're really respecting what KelVJ is able to do.
And that's absolutely understandable, but. Yeah. I mean, when they pick Vixana last game, you kind of want them go for Vixana again, I guess, because it's.
Kalau Vixana gak ada damage tadi.
Like, I don't know, we rarely see Vixana carry in the game, right?
Bahas.
I mean, at least maybe it's just
bahas channel yang kadang viewernya 6.000, kadang 30, Cok. Piye iki? Tadi siang 5.000, saiki 30. 34. Aisyah.
Big of damage probably, or
Winofia.
But to be honest, last game there was what target, like you cannot target Xborg properly with Vixana. It's kind of burst, but what you burst? You burst Firaga and he just roll out and that's it, and you wasted all your skills. You trying to burst Minotaur, but can actually dodge it with his own ultimate and even counter attack. So Vixana was kind of not favorite
Tapi
in that game.
tadi 200
So
pas
in
end
this
stream.
in
Yang
this
di mana?
matchup that we're seeing, it's
200 di mana, Keong?
Guinevere from Firefox. Remember last time
Lu mas
when
pikirannya ben rame aing lagi
think
ngantep.
about
Yo
it,
gampang
then
saja
it's
nih.
the joy.
Ambilan
Ruby is
kopi
open.
ya.
We
Kopi
know
seduan
Barret's
sing
the
panas.
most successful hero,
Ojo bawa minum.
but,
Tekek nang moto
so is
dah.
Barret's,
Mesti tangi kuy.
I believe was also banned out in
Aku
the
kaget
previous game,
awakmu yo kaget.
very early on, so.
Restful
But
MSC tahun ini
I'd go
lebih
for
besar.
the
Mungkin ya,
Silent
karena
Hero
kan
maybe,
MSC
because,
jadi mid season cup ya, itu ada di Arab.
So what do you feel? Maybe Nana here for
Yeah,
Fireflux?
Nana is absolutely good
Oh,
here.
Ruby.
Ruby's good as well. There's a lot of heroes to pick. We have a lot of heroes like Nolan. Nobody prioritizes Nolan, but I guess you should understand how to play with Nolan. These times teams are prioritizing more of like farm tanky heroes, aggressive early like Martis, and doing great actually, taking MVP last game. So why wouldn't you go
Jadi
again
ngombe
for
kopi
it,
3
right?
gelas mate ya, darah tinggi, jantung berdebar.
But it's Barrett's and the Vexana as well from
Barrett's
right?
Vexan.
What do you enter now for Fireflux? You need a little bit of constant damage. I think that they might
Cloud
go for
masih
Nana
ada.
again,
Cloud Nana.
like for Fireflux.
Cloud Nana.
Yeah,
Ya,
Cloud
Cloud
was
Nana.
working super good. Not in terms of early game though.
Cloud
but,
Nana.
being
Cloud
pressured
Nana.
by the-
Cloud Nana.
Yeah,
Cloud Nana.
just like you called.
Ambil aja Cloudnya sebelum diambil di seberang, bro.
Why not?
Yeah.
You just go for it. You already take
Wih.
Ruby, who gonna help.
Aku
who
sudah
gonna
mulai
help
ini
play
ya.
Rome and,
Tercemar dengan rank ya.
kind of this early aggression if the burn wanna go for it, and the eggs work as well. I mean, yeah, don't fix what's not broken.
Exactly. It worked so much. It worked so well in the previous game. I think Alien is catching his drift already, catching his rhythm with this particular hero. Because I say that because what I noticed was he knew exactly the limits of his hero, right? So there wasn't any feeding that you saw coming up from Alien in a game. Although sometimes
Wong
it
kok
was
unik.
scary because his
Soalnya nek wongnya podo KB namanya kembar. Ora ono
consistent
unik-unike.
for Flux Esports. Now there is the claw that was snatched by Burnix Flash, so that's very much understandable. I wonder if there is. I think that if you're Burnix Flash, you definitely have to ban the Minotaur now.
This is
right.
But you know what they are going? They using last pick as a ban, basically taking Claude, and now they're gonna close even more of marksmen here. I'm not quite sure it's a good strategy because I feel like Sunshine have a lot of wide variety of heroes. We spoke about Nolan. Nathan here. All being
Ari Nathan
only gold
Digi.
lane as well.
Mino.
I don't think
Mino.
he got banned as well. But
Atau Tigreal, Mino atau Tigreal, pilih bro.
stuff he can take.
Mino, Tigreal, Mino, Tigreal, Mino aja lah, Tigreal bisa lu cancel kan?
Yeah, for the Minotaur, maybe Burnix Flash steals it because they're the first pick in the second phase. That could be a potential, but I believe
Ben Mino kasih Tigreal bisa di cancel pakai Ruby. Ayo.
counters the Claude. It's great with the Nana and the X-Work as you saw from the previous game. But then because of the fact that the Ruby was
Ini gak ono tah Korea medok, ora ono lah Korea medok.
Okay, this is already Rome Ruby, and then there's already the X-Work.
Pakito.
The Minotaur will not be the choice anymore.
Menarik
Nevertheless,
Pakito.
Burnix Flash can still have that as their choice of roamer to go up against this X-Borg as well as this Nana. So that's good. And there's also heal that you can sustain so that you can walk up the bushes and not be that afraid of the Nana. Another hero that is played against Nana Ruby is the Grok. So
Oh, Rafaela Barats.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense too.
Rafaela
Now,
Barats.
if Fireflux go for Minotaur, is suddenly not that effective because everybody can kite him. I mean, kinda kite him, and yeah, that's a good factor. And now Fireflux got to answer with some type of constant damage
Nathan lah,
to
mau
the
gak mau.
front lane. But
Nathan.
now it's going to be hard. Bruno might not work here. Maybe something, maybe even Leslie, something like Leslie. I'm
Katanya
thinking
di-ban,
about.
coy.
Maybe they might
Why
go,
not?
or like maybe Brody, like I don't know.
Yeah.
Brody
He
sih
might
satu.
be interesting
Perhaps.
as well. Harvith. Yeah, might.
Baxia, apakah Anda tertarik dengan Baxia?
That you brought up because it deals so much damage. It's out of range of the Vexana, but they just go
went
back
straight
to the.
for it.
Bruno Nolan, cok.
Understandable.
Bruno Nolan.
Don't try to go for difficult heroes. Just go for standard plays, and maybe you can.
Adalah Arlot nih cakep nih kalau Arlot nih. Yuk, tampar yuk ATM. Keluarkan Arlotmu. Kasih paham. Biar satu sama nih.
Maybe Yuzhong.
No, it's not that good. I mean, Alien is the good player on the Xborg, and if Xborg is good, I think Yuzhong cannot prevail on the lane unless Xborg makes mistakes only in the
Popheus.
This one is interesting. Popheus. A lot of jumps here, but
Saya tidak paham kenapa Popheus. Memang banyak yang lompat-lompat.
He used to be not dealing that.
Cuman kayak kurang aja sih.
I like the pick. And interesting as well. And Barats can actually counter Nolan quite badly if he hits with his Detona's Welcome.
Yeah. So the idea for the Phobius obviously is to counter the Nolan, which we know is a direct counter because the dashes and you always have access to the Nolan. So obviously that's a good thing, but we'll see if this will be successful. Like I said, Phobius is not as strong as it used to be, but in I would say the right conditions, yeah, sure, maybe this could be an opening for them.
Yeah, and we're going to game number 2. Potential match point here for Fireflux. And
Kalian mau dengar yang Indonesia atau yang Inggris, guys?
Usual Ruby is a roamer. I mean, that's kind of to be expected. Being slightly pressured on the mid lane by the Raphael and Vixana, rotating towards X-Plane yet again.
You can see that X-Borg going up against Phobius. I mean, the Phobius will have a good time in the clashes, but against X-Borg, I think I'm gonna give it to the X-Borg. You have the Brave Smite, you have a lot of staying power in that lane. Phobius can do anything to you.
Lebih cepat Indo loh.
So I think this is still a very.
Indo udah 120 anjay.
I think Phobius not gonna like
122 apa gue ketinggalan nih?
He's gonna I guess lose it on
the gue ketinggalan coy.
Use right away and try to pick up the Ruby here for potential pressure, but not gonna happen.
Great understanding coming out from Apex 47. As you saw, he immediately flickered.
Yang Indo aja.
And he survives that. Nolan is having a decent time farming.
He's not going. He might lose his stacks now. If just Apex just.
Pattern dari TNZ dan total creepnya dapetnya sama.
Dan yang perlu diperhatikan ini Apex 47-nya bisa aja dimakanin terus-terusan nanti sama Rindo, sama Kill VJ-nya. Karena ini udah bakal susah banget
kok gue di tengah ya?
Sama
sangat menikmati hari gue banget tuh. Si paling-paling nih om-om nih.
Yang pertama, Alien sudah memberikan sedikit zoning out. Last Insanity dipaksa untuk dibuka
kali ini. TNZ.
Dari TNZ bisa mencuri karakter turtle yang udah mulai disetup duluan oleh Burn Express. Namun, kali Demonic Force sudah mulai menginjak-injak ke arah TNZ yang menjadi target. Namun tidak ingin berlebih lagi. Mereka nggak mau mengalami kerugian yang mungkin lebih banyak nantinya bisa didapatkan setelah turtle. Ini bagus banget bisa disecure sama Fireflux atas zoning out yang dilakukan oleh Alien.
Apalagi kalau ngeliat dari arah gold lane-nya udah mulai di-trap juga nih sebenarnya. Sudah mulai bergerak teman-teman dari Fireflux ke arah top lane. Informasi juga sudah diberikan. Apex ada di posisi yang bagus banget sebetulnya. Tapi pokingan damage balik Sunshine. Mulai terima damage dan langsung ditarik kali ini targetnya menuju ke arah Miko. Dan Miko pun langsung hilang first blood untuk Fireflux Esport.
Wah, ini lagi-lagi menjadi sebuah modal awal buat Fireflux. Bisa mendapatkan keuntungan yang berlebih. Kalau di game pertama mereka dapetin kill tapi nggak dapet turtle, ini udah turtle dapet kill lagi. Ini bakal semakin memimpin karena dengan 1200 perbedaan gold di menit-menit awal, ini bahaya banget. Dan Sunshine sekarang udah punya Haskell, Lim.
Makanya ini bisa dipok balik loh, hati-hati Rindo. Memang sih Barat sini keras banget gue tahu. Cuman hati-hati dengan damage dari Sunshine juga. Kadang di luar prediksi gitu loh. Kalkulasinya dari damage-nya Bruno ini kadang kagetan. Apalagi ada Apex nih yang selalu punya efek sisi yang bisa nyelamatin atau ngebuka dari team fight-nya.
Yap, dan perlu diingat nantinya ini Barat juga bisa dirubah, ditransform jadi Molina kan. Itu yang nanti akan ngebuat dari damage-damage yang disumbangkan entahlah dari Molina Blitz, apapun itu dari Alien dan juga Sunshine bisa masuk lebih optimal. Tapi ya terlihat untuk kali ini Fireflux cukup memimpin dengan adanya item-item yang sudah terlihat ya, di mana Hasclaw menjadi item pertama
Udah
untuk
Express gak mau Prayo
Sunshine-nya,
Faramis. Di
dan
ban kayaknya
James
Faramis.
Wan akan dituju
Tahu nggak
oleh
ya?
Rosa.
Karena Faramis itu masih bagus
Control
loh,
dari
tahu?
mapnya juga udah dipegang
Parah banget tuh
sama
Faramis.
Fireflux.
Itu hero teamfight-nya
Ya, kalau
kejaga
dari
banget.
item masih sama lah ya. Nggak terlalu berbeda yang gimana-gimana sama di game pertama. Namun Turtle sekarang yang coba untuk di setup Burn Express dengan ya Barat seharusnya lebih enak lah untuk setup. Heptasis sudah jadi, tapi akankah sempat TNZ menuju ke arah Turtle dan langsung saja Retribution. TNZ yang berhasil bisa secure Turtle keduanya, Turtle kedua untuk Fireflux. Namun kali ini pertarungan tidak bisa dihindari lagi. Apex yang coba untuk dikejar di bagian depan, damage-nya tidak cukup. Lagi-lagi keuntungan berganda untuk Fireflux.
Yap, dan disiplin sih Fireflux juga, mereka nggak paksa fight-nya kan. Dan Retribution dari TNZ sih, wah, lagi-lagi menjadi ini penentu ya kalau kita lihat.
Waduh,
Dan sekarang
langsung
ternyata
hilang.
berhasil untuk bisa melakukan pencurian terhadap Miko dengan
Hanya sekejap dar hilang langsung.
sehingga kali ini pun Burn Express tertinggal kembali.
Nah ini nih hati-hati ya, Nolan memang sih dia udah nggak bisa di buff lagi dari ultimate-nya, tapi damage-nya Nolan tuh tetap sakit. Poke damage yang terhitung semi burst lah. Siapapun yang dia majuin itu bakal terancam banget. Dan biasanya kalau Pavlov's-nya nggak flame shot, ya nanti bisa selamat-selamat juga gitu loh dari Nolan-nya. Karena flicker terpaksa digunakan sama si MURATM kan. Jadi nanti pengejaran sama Nolan-nya itu beresiko malah dibalikin.
Dan ini kayak dejavu sih, Bruno-nya dapetin turret lagi, dapetin full plating, tadi dapetin turret juga. Dan harusnya nih Sunshine udah makin pede untuk bisa delivering damage ya, karena sekarang ada flicker yang udah mulai di-trigger juga. I'm your ATM harus mengeluarkan battle spell-nya, namun Rindo mencoba untuk maju sedikit demi sedikit menjadi garda terdepan untuk Burn Express. Outer middle
Main
turret
tabrak gak
yang
sih
ternyata
mereka?
udah mulai dituju juga. Eternal God sudah mulai dibuka, ada Demonic Force, tapi ternyata belum berhasil untuk
Gila tuh, lihat tuh, lihat sisinya tadi. Banyak banget sisinya.
atas adanya defensif terhadap outer middle turret yang dilakukan oleh Fireflux.
Itu udah kayak nggak bisa dihindarin lagi si korban tadi, karena midnya udah dipaksa, minionnya juga tadi udah di clear, dan Last Insanity kali ini defensif sebenarnya.
Ya sebenarnya yang buat serem ya, kalau kita lawan Barat itu gara-garanya missile expertnya dia kan buat knockback, terus dia ngeludahnya juga, wow itu cakep banget. Itu kalau dia ngeludah juga ada slow, nah slownya itu tuh.
Buah kill lagi dan
ngeselin.
hampir saja mendapatkan kill keduanya Rosa. Oke, lagi-lagi Molina
Ini gua doang atau suaranya emang kenceng banget ya?
Belum terlalu bagus.
3 turtle perfect gak tuh?
Kembali selamat.
Yap, ini bener-bener Molina gift save the day sih. 2 kali kita lihat juga momen-momen epic seperti itu. Dan Burn Express dapetin 1 point kill. Tapi ya tanpa basa-basi TNZ berhasil tuh bisa melakukan
levelnya TNC sih kegedean ya, udah level 11 ya, mohon maaf nih. Kalau dia hit di level 12, musuhnya masih level 8. Ya kecuali Barat sekalinya diincar sama dia mati deh.
Dalam keterpurukannya karena monster kill-nya pun solo kill terjadi. I'm your ATM harus tumbang untuk pertama kalinya beserta outer bottom turret hancur. Among Planet lagi-lagi mencoba untuk langsung saja mengkomit ke arah seorang Rindo, namun ada Detonas welcome.
Tapi nggak worth it sih, itu Apex roamer.
Dari Apex 47 sulit untuk bisa bergerak dan akhirnya berhasil untuk ditumbangkan.
Last Insanity belum selesai pertempurannya karena Godlike berhasil diamankan. Lagi-lagi korbannya adalah Rindo. Ini cukup berbahaya, jungle yang memang kuat di early sampai mid, tiba-tiba gak berkutik sama sekali. Masih ada trapping yang bagus juga. Staros Eye untungnya ngebuka vision. Ada 2 member dari Fireflux yang membuat Burn Express bisa setup ulang.
Ini 7 poin kill dari Fireflux semuanya dieksekusi sama TNZ. Terbayang tidak seseram apa snowballing effect untuk Nolan. Menit 8 udah level 12, gap terjadi.
Dikasih makan Nolannya, kenyang ini Nolan. Definisi dari Nolan yang beda dengan Nolan Omawa kalau lagi main rank ya.
Dan juga Malefic Roar yang sudah diamankan oleh TNZ.
Wah ini galak sih Nolan ini. Ya walaupun Barat keras dia ada Stalactite ya, belum ada 1 item pun yang jadi. Oke, akhirnya jadi Radiant Armor. Ya ini nih kadang terlalu banyak item pecahan juga, jadi nggak ada 1 core item. Itu kayak gold yang udah dipegang tuh 4000 network serasa nggak kuat gitu loh. Dan Lord sekarang yang muncul bakal di setup nampaknya Ul.
Yap. Tapi ya lagi-lagi Alien ini memberikan zoning out
Ditarik,
terus dan
awas
juga
kalau ditarik, Kill
Tadi
VJ.
Genzi mencoba untuk langsung mengunci lini belakang. Demonic Force sudah mulai di-trigger.
Dar.
Panas welcome masuk dan ternyata Miko tidak bisa kemana-mana. Double kill coming from Rosa. Apex 47 yang akan segera dikejar namun backupan yang dilakukan oleh Fireflux Esports.
Nolannya pesta banget itu Nolan gila.
Selamatkan kembali Starshine.
Aduh, Owl dikejar.
Dibuka legendary.
Kill VJ. Tim buat guys. Gua gak nyangka Fireflux sebersih ini main-mainnya.
Karena kali ini
Gua gak nyangka terus terang.
bisa menjadi objektif selanjutnya. Lagi-lagi.
Awalnya 4 PH loh. Kemarin Onyx keteteran. Gua gak cash soalnya. Gua lihat dengan mata kepala sendiri men. Ini bersih banget.
Masuk dengan timing yang sempurna menurut gua. Dia maju ke bagian depan, dia bisa ngasih damage yang dibutuhkan, tapi ketika balik tanpa disadari TNZ udah siap nih untuk menerkam, dan itu kejadiannya yang begitu cepat sehingga Ul-nya pun nggak bisa bereaksi, akhirnya malah menjadi korban.
Iya, dan ini positioning statusnya juga bagus banget gak sih, dari tadi dia di belakang, ya sabar dulu. Tapi ya Apex 47 dia memang tipikal yang ya udah dia coba untuk buka momen walaupun dia harus tukerin nyawa, tapi pertukarannya selalu menjadi keuntungan besar untuk Fireflux. Dan sekarang Lord berjalan di arah bawah, tri-lane push akan segera di-manage oleh Fireflux perlahan-lahan. Inner middle turret yang akan segera dihancurkan, pasif udah mulai ke trigger dari base turret di arah top lane. Rindo mencoba untuk mengumpulkan kembali dan mempertahankan stack demi stacknya. Tapi ya kalau kita lihat kali ini dari adanya distraksi juga karena wave
langsung dibakar gak tuh?
Masalahnya di bawah ini yang jadi masalah terbesar, bisa dihancurin dari base turretnya. TNZ ini udah menjadi satu ancaman yang besar, berdiri di depan aja itu bisa bikin orang banyak banget mundur dari Banner Flash. Dan ini di under menit 12, satu base turret hancur.
Dan dia udah level 15 dari tadi.
Kontrol dari gamenya, apalagi dengan
emang
gold
kuat kan
yang
asasinnya dia.
Banget 12.000 buset Ul.
Ini di menit 11 ya, berarti ada 1000 sekian gold per menit keunggulan yang bisa dipegang sama Fireflux. Dan bahkan tidak ada turret yang bisa dihancurkan.
Endless battle pakainya. Kalau gue ingatnya kayak itu first itemnya Hunter Strike.
Hampir itu pun dihancurkan. Melihat dari Rosa yang udah langsung fokus ke arah Divine Glaive, ada si Halbert juga untuk TNZ. Mereka mau coba untuk membuat dari Rindo ini yang nggak sustain itu di lini paling depan.
Nih item untuk mage atau mid lane ya, rata-rata sekarang udah kayak gini nih. Jadi Genius Divine itu udah pertama. Semenjak Clock of Destiny berubah, gue udah sering banget
ini kenapa gue mager nih Indo nih, bisa muter-muter kadang-kadang.
Pakai lightning trencian, tapi kalau diadu burst damage-nya
2-0. Tadi gue kira 2-1. Weh, gila.
Kalau pakai lightning trencian itu ada movement speed. Movement speed yang ke trigger, iya nggak apa-apa, recall aja berlima baris yang rapi. Yang penting ya
wah ini Sunshine-nya udah ready pakai Windtalker loh Lem. Ini bakal kayaknya fokus untuk bisa langsung
buset digambar gak tuh?
Sambil nunggu sih, mereka kayaknya bingung mau ngapain karena 35 detik Lordnya muncul.
Mungkin kalau ngejaga zona depan mereka takut malah blunder kali ya. Masih tetap dibuka. Apex pun gak ragu, ini duitnya Apex sama duitnya Barat sama Rindo. Banyakan duitnya Apex tuh.
Iya ya. Karena memang udah jauh banget sih gapnya ini yang terjadi. Ya memang masih bersabar dari Fireflux-nya juga.
Di sini siapa ya di sini ya?
Gegabah.
Habis ini RCC lawan Flash. Tidur lah aku lah di sini lah.
Bernas Flash juga nggak bisa melakukan hal yang lebih banyak selain defense.
Tidur guys, tidur.
Mungkin ada kesempatan untuk bisa clear agak sedikit lebih jauh ya. Tapi ya hanya hal itu aja yang maksimal bisa mereka lakukan. Untuk kontes pun sulit nampaknya karena Apex 47 udah coba untuk melakukan zoning terhadap Rindo agar tidak, bahkan dikasih ngintip Lordnya aja enggak. Jangankan masuk tuh Rindo, ngintipnya aja nggak boleh.
Makanya nih. Dan gue ngeliat Cloud-nya pun tadi dia usaha ya untuk melakukan split push. Walau memang nggak dapet sih akhirnya, tapi paling nggak udah bergerak ke atas. Nah ini minionnya di clear semua nih. Baratnya mau kemana dong? Jadi kecil dong Baratnya.
Itu serba
nangis kan.
Gak di clear juga akhirnya numpuk, tapi kalau di clear akhirnya Barat saya juga nggak dapat stack. Masalahnya ini ada Cloud dan juga Barat yang sama-sama butuh banget
buset dimajuin.
Itu kan lihat Dino ukuran saset loh, kecil banget. Dan di bagian top lane boleh ditabrak nampaknya satu wave dari minion belum cukup. Hanya sebagai pressure aja tapi sayangnya belum ada spell atau source juga yang keluar dan masih
Baby
aman.
Dino.
Yap, dan nampaknya kali ini Eternal Guard bakal coba untuk langsung dikeluarkan untuk bisa melakukan sedikit defensif. Pengusiran mundur terhadap pemain-pemain dari Flux. Retribution pun terdengar kali ini untuk bisa melakukan clearing.
Wow, Sunshine-nya udah dapat satu turret.
Top lane pun tidak terelakkan
Turretnya hilang.
Lord masih coba untuk di-defense tipis-tipis dengan damage per second yang dimiliki oleh seorang Owl, tapi TNZ memberikan sedikit teori ancaman, mencoba untuk maju namun tidak komit karena fokusnya Fireflux menuju ke arah satu base middle turret yang sekarang sudah rontok semua. Nampaknya masih ingin lebih lagi bagaimana kali ini dengan armor pendant yang connect. Satu orang di mana I'm your ATM terledakkan dengan Last Insanity yang
menurutku ambil Povius tadi mistakes gak sih?
udah dapetin Diamond Heart Sword, bakal langsung fokus menuju ke arah base yang dimiliki dan lihat bagaimana KLPJ. Damage yang tidak terbendung perlahan.
Serius, lawan Onyx saya kemarin lu 30 menit ya, gua nge-cash ya.
Tertarik lagi armor pendant tapi killing spree dapat oleh seorang Rosa. Ada satu wave minion di
Gila, dikandangin.
tapi tidak terlalu dalam nampaknya, tapi base masih
Wah gila Fireflux.
yang berhasil lolos ke babak selanjutnya.
Fireflux
dan lagi
lawan Onyx.
2-0 Israel. Fireflux mengamuk nampaknya dan akan ada rematch Fireflux versus Blacklist kembali.
Emang
Gak
iya?
nyangka
Karena
sih.
Onyx ya?
Bahkan Burn Flash nggak bisa berkutik sama sekali, lebih parah bahkan daripada game yang pertama.
Ya, ini berarti ada satu tim lagi yang memang harus tereliminasi dari
Oh iya lawan Blacklist dong.
tumbang 2-0. Tapi
Ya rematch, ada 2 rematch besok ya.
terjadi one sided game, 2 poin telak, dan Burn Flash yang mereka dimana seperti
Ya elah bisa 2-0 semua dong.
arah di saat berhadapan dengan adanya Fireflux yang memang mereka dengan roster yang tidak berubah-ubah juga.
Iya ada Lapu kan, mending Lapu gak sih? Lapu itu soalnya gini guys, kenapa gue bilang Lapu itu strong sekarang ya? Lu dilemparin Molina, siapa sih fighter yang bisa kasih damage sambil dilempar Molina? Lapu kan dia imun, lempar Molina gas aja men, bacok dulu. Bacok dulu, kalaupun gak bacok gak mati nananya udah tinggal seperempat HP kabur dia ke belakang.
Kill yang di-secure dari objektif yang diamankan.
Idol MM gue pindah ke Onyx, siapa tuh?
Bahkan hampir
Kelra ya?
dibalikin sama sekali. Menit ke-6 aja tadi goldnya tuh bedanya udah sekitar 4 ribuan. Nah, berlangsung sampai menit ke-9 makin jauh lagi nih dive dalam turret.
Ya udah guys, kita tidur yuk besok lagi yuk. Thank you ya. Besok kita start dari match yang pertama. Jadi pastikan stamina kalian kuat. Besok juga masih ada 4 match sih besok. Kita gue cek dulu. Ya besok masih ada 4 match. Jadi kita nonton dari awal. Gue bakal standby mungkin jam 3 main 2 jam sampai jam 5, jam 6 kita start. Oke. Sampai jumpa besok. Thank you banget.